And we're live. Oh, I mean, yes, we're live. Let's. Oh my gosh. Can I just say that setting this up has been exhausting? But now you can see the chat. We're evolving. Monkey is learning use tool. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy, y'all. All right. I was there the whole time. I was just fixing my stuff. This is necessary. If I am to create a more engaging environment, as you can see now, you can see the chat. And the chat replay won't be so necessary because it'll be right up there on the screen. Okay? Ugh, where was the challenge? In my brain. Good sir. I did not go to college for this. I actually did not go to college, so none of this is surprising to me. I thought it would be easier than it was, but my encoder, I need to like set up my stream first through my encoder. I can't like prep anything in YouTube. I just have to set it all up afterwards, so it's like there's like a lot of work. But I'll figure it out. I figured a lot of it out. There's a delay, I think, on the chat, but I think if you bear with me, it'll catch up. But it works. How y'all doing? Not sure how I feel about that shirt. I can see right through you. This is Target pajamas from Halloween. It's very soft and very breathable, so that's why I'm wearing it. What's up, Alex? Tim Greenglass. I've come here to chew bubblegum and talk smack about scamatology, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Well, that's good, because I am going to talk about some stuff that I was going to make a video about, but this is easier mentally for me to just talk about it. We're going to talk about competence and leadership on the free wins. It's a service that is offered. You pay, I think, $4,500. It's either $2,500 or $4,500, but I think it's on the higher end on the ship. The religious retreat on the free winds. Clearwater Chad, what's up, dude? Greetings from Vienna, Austria. Oh my. Howdy, howdy, howdy. All good here, but I was meant to call you earlier. Would be good to catch up. Yeah. I have been a busy bee, but yes, we'll have to catch up. What's good about Ian Ravalka? Well, is that a question? What is good about him? I know nothing about this man. This man is a long-haired voodoo person. Call your dad on stream. I don't know how long that would last. He wouldn't pick up. Fabian, can we ask Scientology related questions? You can ask any questions you want. I'll prioritize any paid for questions, but you're completely free to like any of the super chats or anything. But I'll get to everybody's questions. Unless they are, how you say, dumb. But that's a very slim margin for me. like it's the intent behind the question more than it is the question itself, you know. But yeah, I'll get to everybody's question. And I have a very short attention span, so I'm probably gonna go back and forth between watching stuff and then answering questions. You just caused Osa some frantic phone calls. I like to be somewhat unpredictable, just because they have this tendency to create logs and to try to organize things in a very haphazard way. But like their organization is like very dependent upon statistics and like, you know, when he does what, when who does who, you know, yada yada yada. So the less predictable I am, the better it is for everybody. Thank you, Fabian. Can you explain how keeping your statistics up exactly works? How is this even possible? Can you give examples? Absolutely. In Scientology, everything you do is based on this sort of understanding that like you are you subcategorize like every part of your life into the same little boxes, whether you're just living normal life or whether you have a business. Like no matter what you do, no matter what you do, you're like following the is there also a chat bot? An alert box? Oh my. Oh god. I moved the wrong thing. Okay. I did not fix the chatbot. Where are you? There you are, you little sucker, you. Didn't expect that. I did not. I took the alert box off of basically every other. We're gonna remove that from this one. We'll do that next time. But no alerts on this one. I'm gonna figure out how that works and how it goes in. But I'm glad it works. It at least works, huh? Sorry, Fabian. You subcategorize yourself into different structures of how to know when and how you're doing well and doing bad. And L. Ron Hubbard subcategorized these into what are called conditions of existence. Now, these conditions are essentially how you are representing yourself ethically and how you're behaving as with regards to Scientology ethics, like how they view what is ethical and what is not. All of it comes from L. Ron Hubbard, totally. So whenever I say they, I'm saying like people using Scientology based on what L. Ron Hubbard says. So let me get a visual example of this. So if you do a certain number of things, if you do a bunch of good stuff constantly, whether it's actions you're supposed to do or what condition you remain in, you can be in, you develop a statistic of behavior. And here, let's see. There is from the bottom up, or no, I'll do from the top down. You have the condition of power, power change, affluence, normal, emergency, danger, non-existence, liability, doubt, enemy, treason, and confusion. Everything below non-existence is what's called a lower condition, and this is not in good standing with the Church of Scientology. Okay, so if you do something, if you're like let's say if you're working for an org or a church, that's just what they call them, short for organizations. If you're working and you are, let's say, you write a certain amount of letters and you do your job well, your statistics will go up and you'll go from non-existence into danger, into emergency, into normal or affluence. Normal or affluence or normal and above is like what you would consider yourself to be up statistic. And this, when you are up stat, or have up stats, you have what's called ethics protection. So essentially LRH says that like an upstat person can like get away with murder as long as their stats are up like consistently. It's really bizarre. But in like when I was a kid, my mother used to apply these conditions to me just living my life. So let's say that I forgot to take the garbage out. That was out ethics that would make me be considered a down stat. It's very conditional childhood, very exchange based, but to a very bizarre degree. But so like I'm assuming you're talking about my my Twitter post about that guy who was as long as the stats are up. The fucking what's his name? Dan O'Connor. Absolute piece of shit. He was in he's a very predatory kind of abusive guy, but he was very predatory in the way Scientologists do like, because he will push and hound and scream and yell and beat people into doing their jobs, regardless of whether they want to do it or not, or whether it's hard or not. So if you can at least, it doesn't matter what you do as long as they get statistics up. Okay, so that was just a question. That's fine. Either way, it works the same. This guy was very aggressive with people. He hit this girl who was working there. She was a minor. This isn't the first time he abused people, but she forgot to send like the equivalency of like a secure email called a telex to someone when she was supposed to. And when she told Dan O'Connor, this guy, he hit her with a fax machine and choked her on the floor. But he did not get nothing bad happened. He's actually very highly revered still in Scientology because at least the stats went. At least he got the stats up, or at least he got his statistic up. It's very disgusting. It's also bizarre because like the statistic keeping of Scientology is like proven to be less efficient because it's on a weekly basis. So it's like designed to stress you out and make you exhausted. Alex, so I hope that answered your question. Alex, where were your favorite places to hang out in Atlanta? I loved Wrecking Bar and ended up in Star Bar one night, or weekend that was. My favorite place to hang out was at my house, in my room, because I had excruciating depression. I did go to, there were some breweries near me. I did have like a little ritual at one point where I would go to Taco Mac after post, and I would have have a beer and then Uber home or walk home, honestly. But yeah, it wasn't a great time for me. I didn't really have a lot of friends, so I did really enjoy Little 5 Points. Little 5 Points was chill as fuck. So like Little 5 Points pizza was probably one of the best pizza places I've had in my life. Question: what do you think, as a Scientologist, about the partnership between the church and the Nation of Islam? Was it a big thing inside the bubble? Yeah. What's weird is that, like, Tony Muhammad, who's like a very big, he was like a direct disciple of, what's his name? The big guy. The main leader of the Nation of Islam. Tony Muhammad did Superpower, the Superpower Rundown, and he's done all these. He uses all the money that he gets from preaching and all this stuff, and from being I'm about to sneeze. Oh, I got one of those dad sneezes. Tony Muhammad, he would preach a lot, and Reverend Alfredi Johnson did the same. But I've met both of them. Louis Farrakhan, yeah. So that's the guy at the top. But so the Nation of Islam is essentially sort of piggybacking off of the Scientology control method. Like, they had a couple of people who, like Louis Farrakhan and Tony Muhammad, who were bringing Dianetics into. They're basically using it as like a tool to, recruit more people, and it became this weird, like, hybrid organization where the leaders of both groups were benefiting off of each other. Because you have people who are, and from what I understand, the Nation of Islam is not. It's a different sect than Islam. So it's very, like, separate in a weird way, but very intense people. We actually had a few NOI on staff in Atlanta, and their religious needs were not respected by staff. I remember I think I made a TikTok about this. I once had to, like, push this kid because it was Ramadan and he wasn't eating. But it's part of Scientology policy to be well fed and well rested, so that you're always able to be in an auditing session, basically. So even if you're, like, you don't know if you're hungry, you have to eat, and you have to be completely what's called sessionable at any point in the day, which is very difficult because most staff members are broke and can't always afford to just eat whenever. So I pushed this kid into verbally into trying to break his Ramadan fast. I felt really bad about that afterwards. I felt bad when I was doing it. I mean, this kid had, like, a brain injury, so he was having problems, like, walking already, and he had there's a guy named Tariq. He's a nice kid, but I just found it very weird. I knew that his, like, Scientologists they're not really non-denominational, so it's not like like, they don't give a shit if you have a god. He comes second to the rules of Scientology, because they believe that Scientology is just the way the universe works. But symbiotically, they've been able to kind of pretend to be sort of peacekeeping within other religious communities, especially culturally, because Scientology is primarily white. So you can add a little, they can prey on many more ethnic groups the more religions they sort of cooperate with. This is the general vibe of it, but they're still very weird people. The Alfredi Johnson, Reverend Alfredi Johnson, was going to do my was gonna be the officiant. I think that's what it's called. He was gonna be the pastor at my wedding or whatever. And they apparently, like, we met with him, and it was like gonna be this whole thing. And then they called me later, and they were like, I'm sorry, he's not allowed to do that. He's not trained to do it. We keep telling him to stop doing Scientology weddings. And I'm like, what is happening? They like slapped him on the wrist because he wanted to do a Scientology wedding, but like they wouldn't let him. And I was just very, very weird. Okay. The kinds of things. What are a few of your favorite things? I like sleep, and I like video games, and I like leisure activity for me is cleaning. Usually waiting for things to get very dirty and then cleaning them. But yeah, I have a few favorite things. Swords are pretty cool. I work out, and that's pretty fun. Question. For instance, you worked as a receptionist in Scientology. What is there to have a statistic about? Oh boy. Wouldn't you be a treat in Scientology? It's funny because you're supposed to find something to do. Everybody has a statistic. So even if it's like I don't exactly know what the receptionist's statistic would be, but I know that everybody has their own statistic. I actually have a friend who was on reception for a while, and he could actually tell me, but there's this funny like, for example, someone who might hold the receptionist post would be somebody who is in HCO, or the Hubbard Communications Office. That's the first division of the organization board. And they would do what are called comm runs. So they would take like written parcels from one person to another person via like a big mailbox. And you hold a post from above. So if there was no receptionist, that person would have to do all of their jobs in between them. Like if there was nobody but below them, they would have to do all of those jobs, and then those could count to a statistic, let's say. But usually these days the orgs are so incredibly empty. If you're on reception, you're sitting at reception for a while, or they just close down. I mean, I remember in Atlanta, there was the guy who was on reception was just constantly bored. And he would constantly get berated because he wasn't making any progress on his courses. But he didn't have time to, because there was nobody above him. So there was, nobody to cover his post. I was looking for something. It's a loud ass airplane. Or you work as a bookseller. How would you get the stats up? Sell books. That's your only job. You do what your job is, or any job that your senior tells you to do, because policy both matters and doesn't matter. It sounds nonsensical, but that's actually how it works. Ho on the go. How was the transition been for you? I've interviewed several ex-cult members and the lingering effects. It is what it is. It's like it has ups and downs. The dreams are weird. I do have a lot of weird, like, nightmare, like, weird dreams. I mean, I don't attach a lot of significance to my dreams, so I just kind of go for the ride, and then when I'm awake, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm awake, you know? But I do have these weird, like, dreams. Not having a family is sort of familiar to me. Not having them ever call me is new. But yeah, learning what happened to me and, like, learning how vast the world is and how nuanced things are and how complex life is outside of this, like, very narrow and dogmatic kind of restricted mindset that Scientologists have. It's like it's been really cool. I mean, there's just so many more options. There's just so many more things to do, so many more people to talk to, so many more topics that I can learn about, and I can make fun of stuff that I wasn't able to make fun of before. My humor is kind of expanded. There's a moment. There's a few stages. And I might do a video on this eventually. But there's a few stages of sort of acclimating and decompressing, and there's certain stages of anxiety. And if my advice to anyone who's, like, thinking about leaving a cult or leaving, like, if especially Scientology, if it's been your whole life, like, expect to feel very dumb for just a little bit. It's not your fault what happened to you, but you're going to feel dumb no matter what you do, especially if you stay in Scientology just to find out that it was never going to work for you in the first place. I think that's the dumbest decision you can make. But, like, the decompression, it's going to hit you in certain ways, but there is, time is on your side. You have time to learn. You have time to learn about coercive control, manipulation, how cults do what they do. You get to learn about, all the things that Scientology's lied to you about. There's also a stage where you feel angry and very emboldened. And with that, you can do with what you want. I just suggest sleep and finding a professional who can help you. If you're not interested in medication, that's fine if you want to take your time with that. But it just depends on you, because everybody's different. But Scientology will really fuck you up. And you don't realize how fucked up until you leave, and then you're like, oh my God, this is pretty crazy. I feel like it isn't your fault, but you should just open yourself up to humility and being ready to actually learn what more there is. Don't take any hard stances or hard sides or harsh opinions of one thing or another. Just kind of be more open, and try to develop some more empathy. Everybody who leaves Scientology wants to be an expert, and they have expertise and they have experience, and their experience is valid. But not everybody who has to leave Scientology has to make it their whole life. You can just you won't really know fully how you feel until a long time after. So journal, write down your thoughts as you learn, and keep those books with you. And when you feel anxious or you're feeling kind of chaotic, I actually at one point started getting panic attacks, and I just started going for a run. When I had the panic attacks, I would get on the treadmill for it was like an hour, and and I'd listen to my brother and me. It's just like one of my favorite podcasts. It's just really funny and like uplifting and goofy. So it kind of just pushes the negativity. And as you slowly transition towards like more positive thinking and more that you literally rewrite neural pathways and you become more positive as it goes on. I mean, it's never going to be easy. Life isn't easy. There is no shortcut to making your life perfect. It's how life is. But there are ways to make it good. And, even if you think everything in the world is awful, there's an equal amount of good in the world than there is to the bad. So just focus on that. Find a hobby that you really like that you weren't allowed to do when you're in the cult, and then do that. And like enjoy it in the moment, Oh, duties of reception. Yeah, there you go, Alex. Duties of reception: to 1, handle all incoming people; 2, to route all incoming people; 3, to handle phone calls; 4, to handle and invoice book sales. Could you imagine? 5, to make appointments with the registrar. Yeah, but the registrar is also the executive director, who is also the treasury secretary, who is also the OES, because everyone keeps blowing staff. There's rarely any, like, when they show you, if you've ever been inside of an org, there's the organization board, which has like all the posts, all the jobs, and almost never in an organization will you see a person where everybody where they're supposed to be. If anything, there's like they fill all the division heads, and then those division heads just do everything in the entire division, and or they don't do a lot of what they should be doing. Bim bam. Oh yeah, kids got me into that. Jump that glass shark. It's just such a good podcast. I mean, they're just 3 wholesome boys. But it's so crazy because, like, I can't imagine having that good of a relationship with my brother. My brother's always had a stick up his ass. Ice cube on the base of your neck. Ice pack on the chest. Yeah. I was also really cold when I started having panic attacks. So stepping outside into like the cold air for a few minutes was like, it also can relax your nervous system. Only 43 people watching. You deserve much more than that. Well, thank you. But it's somewhat outside of my control, as it were. How did people think of London org? How do we handle things in the UK when you were on staff? I heard stories that we had a reputation of kind of doing our own thing. Alex, I think you give a little too much credit to American Scientologists and their worldly observations. I think they expect it because in the U.S. it's very it's a lot stricter, I think, in the U.S. and how they're handled, because this is where David Miscavige has his hooks everywhere, and he doesn't want to take any of those long plane flights. He doesn't want to be too far away from home, I think. So some external places, even though Scientologists at Atlanta, per se, might think that, oh, well, it's just the same thing that's happening here over there. If they were doing better, if they looked happier, if they looked younger, that would equate to, oh, they're on source, or they're on policy. They're doing stuff that that leads them, like, that we're not doing. They're doing stuff that we're not doing. They're being more in ethics, etc., etc. But I think they were just more like, oh, I'd love to go to England. That sounds fun. Ugh, if only I ever had the time. You know, that it. Not a lot of lights on upstairs, if you know what I'm saying. Fabian, thank you for the super chat. Do you hate LRH? What would you say to him now? Well, he's dead, and he's been dead since 1986. So I don't hate many people or many groups. I think it's kind of, I'm above it now. You know, they're more beneath me, especially intellectually. So like I kind of just look down on them, especially L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard's I just think for what he's done, it's very pathetic and manipulative and self-serving, and you know, he sort of created the guidebook on how to be a malignant narcissist. The guidebooks, you know. So I think he did a lot of damage, but he also died the way he deserved to die. He became excruciatingly paranoid. He fled from all the legal pressure that he created by breaking the law. And he, you know, went out into the middle of the woods in his RV, and his hair grew out, and he just kind of rotted in his own little festering bubble. And he didn't want to talk to anybody. He didn't want to see anybody. I think the only two people he talked to was two of his messengers. You know, and he eventually, you know, he said that he failed because he couldn't get rid of all of his body thetans. He couldn't break through to 9 and 10, or to, I don't even think he finished OT7. But I think the hubris of cult leaders is mostly dependent upon their intent towards their own vain aspiration. Like they put what their abilities are where they believe that they can be, and then they act as if they're up there. And then this gap kind of creates a festering wound of insecurity and fear and like mental rot, essentially. I think there's a scientific way to measure, you know, how lying and manipulating and hurting people like actively works against you in real life. You know, there's just a statistic. It's not even about karma, like cause and effect, you know. Doesn't matter if you think it's right. If you're causing harm, harm is being caused. You know, it's like you can't justify caused harm retroactively. So I think what he did set humanity back many, many steps as far as accountability of religion, because we have the most successful human trafficking cult ever, and successful in the terms of it has not been handled. It has not. Their tax exemption has not been revoked yet. I mean, it was, but then Scientology just attacked the individual IRS members and got them, literally strong-armed them. Now people have this idea, this fear that if they stand up against Scientology, they're going to be attacked. I don't think that that's a good enough reason to not talk about it, though, because there's only like 25 to 30,000 Scientologists in the world. That's like a generous number. So I think many more people should start talking about Scientology. I think many more people should start putting Scientology in its place. I don't think Scientologists understand what they don't know, especially if they're not in the Sea Org. I think eventually, you know, we can change the narrative as to how we view Scientology. They're not this like, oh, don't talk about Scientology, they're going to sue you. It's like, no, fuck them. Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Also, fuck them. They're a human trafficking cult. Like, who cares if they're upset we said something bad? Come on, man. Like, you got to see through what they're trying to do. They don't have a legitimate standpoint. Okay? If you threaten them with violence, that's a legal issue. You're threatening, you know, that's a different thing. You don't have to threaten them with violence to get what you want. You just have to infantilize the fuck out of them. And then and prevent them from deflecting to oh, well, Lee Remini said this. Oh, well, Paul Haggis said this. It's like, it doesn't matter who you blame for your bad press. It's like, people are going to not like you if you keep breaking the law. So I just find it very pathetic and very I think L. Ron Hubbard was a sad, insecure man who had a very rigorous attention span, and he had a lot of energy, but almost everything he did was either stolen from some other purpose and rebranded to be his own, or entirely made up from some, you know, sci-fi concepts or ideations. I mean, it's easy to justify it when you've been in it for your whole life, but letting go makes you feel more like a human being. It makes you feel more like you're actually able, like, the things in your life aren't just spiritually deserved to happen to you, or you've earned this bad life because you're spiritually indebted to some evil you committed like 10,000 years ago. It's like you actually, something bad happens and you're like, oh, that's life. I'm going to fix it, or I'm going to move on, or I'm going to grow, or I'm going to get another one. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there are tangible answers in the real world where there aren't in Scientology. So L. Ron Hubbard, I don't hate anyone, and I think he got what he deserved, and he has been dead for a long time. I'm making an Ask Me About Scientology bumper sticker. Oh my god. They have bumper stickers. Sometimes you'll see the Curious logo with the little QR code that takes you to the Scientology Network TV. I think that's so funny. All right, y'all want to watch a video? Let's watch a video, y'all. I have one. I want to react to this. This Golden Age of Knowledge success story video. Now, what is the Golden Age of Knowledge? Some of you know. Golden Age of Knowledge is when, I think pre-2010, they rewrote, they like edited the original, what are called the basic books, which is Dianetics, Fundamentals of Thought, Science of Survival, History of Man, 8808, all these different books. And you can look up Scientology basic books images to kind of see what they all look like. But it's essentially their basic lineup of books. I'm just going to do that for you. Help you out. These books. Oh, did I open New Era Publications? All right. So here's, so this is that. This is the, it's these books. Yeah. So Fundamentals of Thought, we got Creation of Human Ability, Advanced Procedures and Axioms, Problems of Work, New Slant on Life, The Ethics Book, Way to Happiness, blah, 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 blah. So those are the basic books. So these were rewritten, essentially, re-edited and written. They did a big release, and it was supposed to be the new apex of people getting back into Scientology. And actually, you had to give back all of your old books because they were all out tech and all wrong now. From the entire fucking 40 years or whatever that you've been in Scientology, all those books are wrong now, and you have to do it all over again in a whole new package. They love just reselling you the same shit and having you do it all over again. So the success stories, somebody pointed me to this to these videos. One of them is a success story to people doing these, a bunch of success stories to people doing these courses, and it's so robotic and culty. I just thought you guys would like to see that. Look on the internet to see how many members there were, and it said about 50,000, and that they are worth, with assets, $1 or something billion. They're worth a few $1 billion only because, the assets, the properties that they own, and the high-paying donors that they've been able to milk, much like Dr. Eric Berg, my father. Yeah. But it's much less than 50,000. It's a generous, a generous estimate. All right, y'all.
The Golden Age of Knowledge is uniting all of us. I really feel like it is making all of us this juggernaut, this group, this theta juggernaut, where we're all on the same page.
We have never had this much wealth of information that we can totally duplicate.
So in this woman means duplicate. She means to fully and completely understand. So even though all of these books have existed, she just said, none of us have ever been able to understand what the fuck that guy was talking about until just now. Oh, somebody asked me if I'm also using SPTV. It's not a branded thing. I think I personally believe that SPTV belongs to anyone who's left the cult and who wants to speak honestly about their experience and who wants to actually educate people on the dangers of Scientology or the differences between what Scientology says it is and what it actually is. So I think SBTV is, I mean, you can see mine's kind of metal as fuck because I'm cool and awesome, but I don't think it belongs to any one chunk of people. I think it's just the difference between Scientology TV and the rest of the rational world. But it was coined as SPTV because, I guess that's easier. It's like a little cute little thing. Wait, Ian, is this a video on Scientology's channel? No, it is not. This is from lolron.com. Is the name all words, no .com. This is the video. This is the YouTube channel called lolron.com. DOTCOM.
And secure our own eternity.
So she says I've never have we had this kind of wealth. We have never had this much wealth of information that we can actually duplicate. We can actually understand, meaning they were so ungodly and incomprehensible beforehand.
Of information that we can totally duplicate and secure our own eternity.
My tone and approach to life has just gone through the roof. It has given me the keys to unlock the treasures of life.
Every day I studied, it was like drinking.
Oh, I know that guy. My mom was friends with this guy. He was an actor. He was on Friends in an episode. This guy, he's been in a few things. He was also on A Star Is Born. I think he's still alive. I think he's still in Scientology. I used to see him at Flag all the time.
from the cup of knowledge, and I just became more powerful as a spiritual being.
I just have amazing knowledge and a viewpoint that is 360 degrees, and it just stretches from here to eternity.
I have a firm foundation that I don't waver from because I know exactly what I know.
I don't know what it would be like to not know this stuff now.
Life just isn't a mystery anymore.
The basics give you everything you want in life and you've been looking for basically all your track.
Whenever you... When he says all your track, he means since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of, like, since trillions of years ago when you were a ball of light in the middle of space.
Go into a time of study and come out, like in a session, with, you know, you're blown out because you've got hundreds of new viewpoints.
It just really like changes your perspective on your capabilities and your just abilities in the games you're playing and the games you should be playing.
How this whole subject fits together, how you as a Thetan fit together, how it all interacts, how it works, and when you got that, it's kind of like having the key to the Rubik's Cube. You can
Having the key to the Rubik's Cube. Homie's never used a Rubik's Cube in his life. Homie has a misunderstood word on Rubik's Cube.
Just kind of go click, click, click.
And what you're really doing is unraveling the entire universe.
Or you could use your mind and take time and solve it like a puzzle. That's what a Rubik's Cube is for. No, he wants the cheat codes. He wants the shortcuts. And this provides a sort of like sci-fi shortcut for everyone who has the disposable income to pay for tens of thousands of dollars in auditing.
You know what I mean? But you don't realize that you are because...
Yeah, hundreds of viewpoints. Hundreds of viewpoints compared to what? The 5 viewpoints you had before you joined Scientology? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense how you got in.
You're just doing the next logical step as LRA.
The music, I keep pausing. The music is so atrociously upbeat. It is always like this. I feel like every year it got even more upbeat. Like the dude who announces it, every year, I feel like at all the events, he would just get more. His voice would go higher and higher. He'd be like, "This L. Ron Hubbard birthday event 2017." But like, he gets higher and higher in his intensity. This man is like 90 years old, and he's like screaming at the top of his lungs.
He kept giving me these pearls of wisdom, these secrets of the universe, and even one of those would change the world. And then he kept giving me more and more and more and more.
I'm just trying out what he says in the book kind of gently, and my whole universe is like shifting around.
All of a sudden, it was like a veil just lifted. And like all of a sudden I could see and I was here. And I was like, whoa. Like it literally took me like 2 weeks to get used to it.
As you go through the lineup in chronological order, get to the PDC, in one tape, it all came together. So
the PDC is a Philadelphia doctorate course. It's lectures on the basics.
So I know how ARC is the tone scale, you know, create, all of it.
You actually expand as a being right on the spot.
You blow down and blow down and blow down.
Mark Headley made these videos. I would really love to know who wrote these. I'm sure that there was some input from them, but everything that they say, this is just a green screen. So like everything that they say is kind of, I was gonna do one of these, and they had like put me on the hook for like hours and hours and hours, and they sat me in front of this thing and they were like, "Oh, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, we got a call from somebody says you might be in the middle of a cycle, so we can't do this. If you are at all, not within fantastic standing of the church, you are not going to be filmed under any circumstances." I like how close together her eyes are. You see that? What's going on? What's going on here, girl? What's happening?
Total blowdown, you know, persistent FM.
My needle. Oh, she's Australian. That's the problem.
Floating on course.
Unbelievable.
It was like, whoa, big cognition. Now I know, and these are the basics.
When I was studying the Congresses, I became a Scientologist because they're so simple and the tech is so pure and so basic, but they are so potent.
Yeah.
And they literally just set you on fire as a spiritual being.
I feel like I'm there, understanding every little thing.
I'm going to hell, first of all. The second she popped on the screen, I lost it a little bit. I lost it a little bit. Because these are the kind of people who walk around flag. And I don't want to be that guy, but there's always something like a little off. And you see I'm just gonna rewind this one. I'm going to hell for this, but I'm going to rewind this one.
As a spiritual being.
I feel like I'm there, understanding every little thing, on the edge of my seat of what Ron is saying and discovering and relaying and eating it up, drinking it up.
The Success Congress, literally within the first lecture,
Oh, I know her.
he gives you what the third dynamic engram is. And you're just like, excuse me, you just told me what it was.
The congresses are like breakthrough, 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 breakthrough.
Zoom, 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 boom, big data, zoom, 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 boom, big data. And after a moment, she's,
And all of a sudden, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, I totally know what he was doing.
All the answers to.
They act like it's like a surprise. Like he told you what he's doing in the book, but like, I mean, I get it, because he does be like, there are secrets of the universe that you'll learn when you grow up in Scientology, when you pay for all this shit, and you're able to go up the bridge after you pay for it. But then like, he'll just say some shit in a book, and they'll be like, he told me that. He just told me. You're reading a book. You're reading a book. It is a book written by a man, by a human. I could write OT10 in a book. It wouldn't be a secret.
Matter, energy, space, and time. What is a being? What is a case? Anything you want to know is on the ACCs.
The ACCs were like, let's roll our sleeves up and getting down to the nitty-gritty of what actually makes man tick.
Ellery's just talking about memorizing the axioms. So I start memorizing the axioms. You start going, oh, is that what I've been doing? Well, that's not too good. I better stop doing that. Oh, is that what... So now it's kind of funny to myself. As I go through life, I just go 14, 22, 38, 55.
That's how robotic you will become if you get into Scientology. Like, it writes itself. I don't have to make a joke. I don't have to make a single joke about any of this, because this literally is writing itself. Like, put yourself in a box, close off the rest of the world, only think within the frame of these black and white, he said to do, and he said to not do. And you, too, will find it much easier to, I don't know, like, what do you even get? Like, wasting your money. Like, I mean, at the time, remember believing that I was getting something out of this, but only contrasted with the small pieces that I got. So it's like you're kind of trying to build this big puzzle, and then at a certain point, you'll just get a bigger piece of the puzzle, and you realize this puzzle goes on forever, and you will never finish this puzzle. But like sometimes you get this big puzzle, you're like, oh, I guess that. Yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. I can see like there's some kind of a picture here that might be cool. You're never going to finish the puzzle. There is no end to the puzzle. The analogies are exhausting. You get what I'm saying.
Say something directly out of what I've studied. Whether it's creating space, granting beingness, something like that. It's not even, I've got to remember where that came from. It just comes out.
My God. Then when he audits you, he does the group processing. I mean, he's auditing me, and I am just blowing out.
I would get so
You're not supposed to, when you're on course and you listen to L. Ron Hubbard audit a group of people, you're not supposed to let him audit you also. That is not how auditing works. So that guy's he ain't doing it right. Or they just let him do whatever because it's like a guy in the course room and they need bodies in the shop. That's another statistic, bodies in the shop. So I don't think you're supposed to do that, big dog.
Exterior, just listening to the group processing. I was just like, wow, now what do I do?
I'd left the Nest universe for a second here.
Like,
whoa, wow. Wow, okay.
That was amazing. With the golden age of knowledge.
Wait, you see that?
That was amazing.
The gateway toot. This is me after some chili. The gateway toot.
With the golden age of knowledge and really understanding the basics of our religion, it's given me the fuel that I need to really understand what I'm doing as a PC.
You get the wins from the tech, you get it, you go, wow, that's great, I really got that. Then you have the auditing, and then you get this massive benefit. It's like, wow.
How long does this go for? Oh, this just never stops. Yeah, so you get the point. These people are on some other shit. They've drinking the Kool-Aid. They're all Roxy says they're all disassociated. Yeah. And they're like, I left my body for a second. No. Your brain is compensating for the complete lack of comprehension. You've gone into a hypnotic state where you're coping with the immense lack of understanding that you have going on in your little noggin right then. I'm just it's not a long video. Yeah, okay, we'll just finish.
Data of what just happened. The cognitions are much deeper, are bigger, faster, because I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm seeing.
I see my wins multiplied by 2, by 3, and then the speed of sessions is getting faster.
Bam, I went through grade 3, grade 4, shortly after I finished NED. And actually NED was so much easier because I knew what I was doing, and I just got to the bottom of it. And
when he says that NED was so much easier, NED is New Era Dianetics. What he's implying with this, and this is just anecdotal. I mean, all of this is anecdotal, but like anecdotal for me, is NED is where you contact past lives. And I audited people on NED. I was an auditor. So like it is the goal to go to previous lives and find the first incident in your vast record of lives that you've lived to find the first incident when this happened, and there's a whole process to it. But so what he's saying is that the basics made him understand all the past history. When you read A History of Man by L. Ron Hubbard, you come out with such a bizarre, grim view of the universe, because it's all about like implants and how you as a being have been like somebody put you in a box, shook you up, vibrated you left to right, and then when you came out you develop a behavior that follows you for the rest of eternity. But what's weird is that what he doesn't say is that in OT3 when you find out, or OT8 when you find out none of your past lives are yours, he doesn't bridge the gap there. There's so much contradicting data, but by this time you're so oversaturated with like trying to make it make sense that you don't even care. Oh yeah, people are bagging on this dude's style. Yeah, he looks like homie rolled out of bed. I would have failed his uniform inspection.
I went clear.
Tassie clear?
But like he's saying, like I did the basics and it made my past lives so much more real. But like your past lives aren't yours via Scientology lore. So
I went up straight to OT5 at a very fast speed. Bing, 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 bing. OT6 and 7.
Bing, 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 bing.
Like this.
Everything that you've done comes together.
I was able to go very fast up the bridge, and here I am, new RT8.
What we dreamed of before is happening now because of the golden age of knowledge.
It's making sure that my bridge is there. It's just like every solid pillar of my bridge. This information is unbelievable.
Like a full hat.
Not the neck beard. Come on, guys. Don't put the neck beard in front of the camera. He's gonna say some weird shit.
For a Thetan.
Heck, I can even understand me. Because it becomes you.
One cognition after another.
Lots and lots of wins.
Like a billion of wins.
I guess you could say my biggest win.
Like a billion of wins. Love that. Love that.
To continue.
I'm gonna use that.
We have wins. Because it never stops.
I can only imagine what's coming next, but it's going to be huge.
And you're going to want to get all that material.
We all have to be ready. I am so ready.
I know I'm ready.
Because we have the basic foundation.
I will have nightmares about this woman. This one fucks me up. Dead ass. I'm not going to sleep tonight because of this bitch. I cannot. The intensity. Apparently, there were studies done. Apparently, when like the eye, like the cult eyes, like when they talk to you like this, it's a sign of exhaustion. It's a sign of you're pushed so hard, so constantly, and your brain is just trying to kind of do the rudimentary actions that you've kind of set up. You just become very exhausted. So you kind of just like prop your eyes open. You're creating like a veil of personality over top, and you get this. This is terrifying to me.
For our eternity.
And you just sit there with
Our
that
eternity.
and go, I am one of the most lucky, fortunate beings in the entire universe to be sitting here being given what really is a golden age of knowledge.
I don't think it helps to put an actual actor, someone who's paid to read a script, in front of a thing like this, because you can say, yeah, well, he's an actor. So anyway, I just wanted to show that because I thought that was pretty cool, pretty funny. I have two videos that I'm going to show you. We're going to get onto the main, what the title of this video talks about, which is the Competence and Leadership course. Now, I can't believe I used to see these videos and get genuinely stoked about their messages. We all did, dude. We were all there. Because it's a lie. I mean, if you get lied to and you believe the lies, if they're consistent with the lies, which they were, it's just a numbers game, you know. They can lie to you as many times as they need to. All right. So I did the only time I was ever on the Free Winds. The Free Winds is the ship that you hear about with that has is like coated. It's like the foundation is coated in blue asbestos, so it's actually like a toxic ship to even be on. The only time I was ever on the Free Winds was to do Competence and Leadership, and I was sent there by my parents because they said it would be some great, awesome thing. And it was not as advertised at all. I think the only thing I liked about it was that I was pretty sedentary, and they made you do push-ups. And if someone's like forcing you to exercise when you haven't exercised before for enough times, it's like a 2-week program. So if you're forced to do sit-ups every single day and run, and you're like not a particularly old person, you know, the exercise kind of makes you think that you did like a lot of work. Yeah, I lost a few pounds and but like it was in Aruba. The ship was docked the entire time. We were supposed to go to Cartagena, Colombia, but we didn't because there was some storm. So we were docked the whole time. That did not detract from the cost because that's what we paid for. We did not get a discount. We did not get a stipend, or not a stipend. We did not get a rebate or anything. So you pay, you show up, and I'm going to show you. There's a new video that they made about it. I'll show you the new video first, and then I'll show you the old video. Because the new video doesn't really say anything about what it is. but they love to reboot the videos to kind of make it seem like they're doing cool stuff, but they're really just rehashing the same old garbage. All right. This is the Competence and Leadership promotional video.
World, people have a tendency to be individuated. So what we do is we take those strong individuals, through drilling and discipline, we take away the individuation, and then we build the strong individual to be a competent leader.
I operate completely different. It's like, boom, you're boosting up.
I find it so patronizing now, so like lazy now, that like so many of the reactions to these videos, or so many of the testimonies in these videos, are just noises. And I was like, boom and pow and pya and bang and boof. You know, like when Batman hits the enemy in his old comics, like pow and pop and slam, and then I was better somehow. No anecdotal review of Scientology, especially of Scientology, has ever accurately described what it is like to do a Scientology service or process or program. I'll just say that. But this is just lazy.
It's just a bunch of confronting the technologies, confronting limits.
Because you see all this seemingly cool shit. You're like, oh yeah, this kind of seems like a cool summer camp.
And now I can pretty much do anything.
The reality is,
no amount of school, no amount of training is going to get you what you get.
Yeah. So the reality of it is, this is the bulk of it. You spend most of your time cleaning the ship, scrubbing, cleaning your bunks, because you're in a bunk with 3 other people. It's a small, very small bunk. So there's 4 people to a room, complete strangers, and you spend most of your time studying. That's the sad truth of this.
In 2 weeks. It's just like the best program for life on steroids.
On steroids, guys, on steroids. So it's way more boring than that. I think one of the best parts about it was at the end, you get to take a dip in the jacuzzi. Like after the 2 weeks, you have like a night before you leave, and you can take a dip in the jacuzzi. But they didn't, because we were on the dock, they didn't do any of the diving stuff. You didn't jump in the water. They didn't do the raft readiness skills or whatever. They did speed drills on hooking up the fire hose, and speed drills on putting on the oxygen mask. You don't do anything with the oxygen masks. Could you at least go outside and get a tan? Yeah. Oh no, can you go outside and study? No. Absolutely not. That is completely off policy. It is mandatory that you be in the course room when you are studying, period. Sounds like free labor to me. It's not even free labor. It's incentivized labor, because if you're the free wins, you're getting paid. Like you, as in it goes up the chain and goes to David Miscavige. He literally gets paid money to have people pay him to clean his boat. $2,500 a pop. Okay? So it's like, and it's scrubbing the engine rooms. It's scrubbing like the decks. There's like you have to scrub and clean. If you do something wrong, well, you're in ethics and you have to do more, and you have to make up more. And it's not just 2 weeks, by the way. if you don't finish the written course, the study part of the course, you have to stay longer. You see, because in their minds, it's another Scientology process. And in L. Ron Hubbard, they just cut together a few lectures and shit that L. Ron Hubbard talked about and turned it into a course. But it is definitely a great way to keep the ship clean, especially great ways to knock all that coating off of the ship so you can get a good lungful of that blue asbestos and then cover it back up. It's raining hard as balls outside. Free wins. Freewinds. Freewinds. One word. Is it a survival game show? There are no cameras allowed on the Freewinds because that's where they keep the OT8 materials. But kind of. All right, let's see the second one. This one, they kind of try to explain more about what it is, but again, it's from the captain, who is kind of a dick. He was nice enough to me because I was young and my parents were high-paying donors, but they force you to do a lot of physical labor, and it causes. They also try to recruit you into the Sea Org while you're there. They were hounding me to join aggressively when I was there. Oh, just give up your whole life back home. Just stay on this ship forever. I was like, I don't know about all that. Here's the second one. This just in. It's like news anchor music.
Hello, I want to talk to you about a highly effective service that produces spectacular, even miraculous results in a very short...
This man is a Sea Org member and has been for a long time. He's not just a boat guy. He is a Sea Org member, and he is a very strict Sea Org member.
...space of time. This is the Freewinds only Competence and Leadership course. A course which not only am I intimately involved with, but which I supervise personally. What does LRH say about this, and what is this program designed to achieve? In one of the basic flag orders written in 1967...
Was L. Ron Hubbard in the Navy? Yeah, in World War II, but he was disgraced. He was dishonorably I think he was discharged due to like a medical issue. But he actually lies about his war record to Scientology. Like in the Scientology world, it's very different than what actually happened. His actual war record was found to be very different from what he had said it was. But I think there was some excuse like somebody from I think David Miscavige said something like, the government hates Scientology because it's an ethical group, so they rewrote his military history and like forged fucking old ass military records. His records appear online. Also, they forged military records for Scientologists to read that had nothing to do with the original, that had nothing to do with the actual records that were available via Freedom of Information Act. So people have requested these things. Have I ever seen the 2 urban exploring videos from the YouTube channel Freaktography? They made a tour of the forgotten Canadian Scientology headquarters in the secret hideout building in 2017. I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out. L. Ron Hubbard shelled Mexico and got in trouble. I would not doubt that. I mean, he was not a very competent military service member, I'll say.
he said,
just like they said, oh, well, he attended the first class on nuclear physics and flunked out, is what they failed to tell you.
The whole point then is a competent ship's company, well organized, that can work quick and well as a group. That, of course, can apply to any group, business, family, OT committee, and so forth. One simple sentence, one paragraph, but imagine if you had that out there. In general, that's what we're missing. Typically, students arrive from as many as 8 different nationalities, speaking as
you have a uniform, so you have to wear that.
Many different languages
every day
for a single course.
These are people who are paying to do this.
And along with that, you get as many different attitudes, ethnic backgrounds, chronic tone levels, acute tone levels, social beingness,
running on the beach,
general individuation, and reluctance to become part of and work as a team. I have found, having put over 2,000 students through this program, that being part of a team is not really the popular thing to do out in society. The popular thing to do there is to be very individuated.
You see how he's kind of saying that it's better to be in a cult, and how he's run into a lot of trouble with people who are coming here, and you know, the person I went with was not happy. It was a friend of mine. Our parents sent us there. He did not think that the study portion was relevant at all. He remember he said, yeah, but all like the past life shit, that's all just science fiction. That's all space opera stuff. I didn't know how to like, because I don't think he had been in Scientology his whole life. I think he started in his early teens, but yeah, he wasn't buying it. Marilyn, if Mr. Clean joined the Navy. Oh my God. What was I going to say about this?
Reluctance to become part of and work program, that being part of
the
team.
Oh yeah. So this program is the same program that I mentioned in my Dr. Berg video, like what it's like to work for Dr. Berg. This is the program that my dad tried to pay for all of his non-Scientologist employees to go to do this program for a better standing in the company. Okay, and one of the person who sued him after for feeling like she was being forced to be in Scientology, she did not want to do this. And the fact that she didn't want to do this, my dad paid for this non-Scientologist employee to have a security check or a Scientology interrogation, because he thought her not wanting to go on the free winds and do manual labor for 2 weeks was a bad sign. Well, why don't you like the free winds, huh? Why don't you want to do this? This is such a good thing. You must have overts. You must have crimes you're hiding. We got to figure out what those crimes are. It's like, a Scientologist, everyone is already abiding by these natural laws that are completely restrictive upon yourself as a Scientologist, but it's very telling behavior, and the whole lawsuit is absolutely insane. But yeah, she was not happy with it. I don't blame her. The people who worked for him were like older, some of them. So I can't imagine them like being in an engine room at 150 degrees or whatever, 120 degrees for like 3 hours scrubbing the floors. And like, no, that's just not how you treat people, especially your employees.
The popular thing to do there is to be very individuated. Now, here's what happens. All these individuals come in, and everybody is an individual. We're not talking about individuation now. We're talking about an individual. And we as Scientologists build that individuality while putting aside the individuation.
Now, if that's not a contradiction, he's saying individuation. We're not going to change you. We're going to build you as an individual by saying that none of your personal hang-ups matter at all. Okay? This isn't about you. You paid to come here and be a part of a cult who scrubs a boat. Okay? Get in line.
So students generally come in with all of this going on.
How about we do a fundraiser where we can I'll save up some funds, and we'll bring we'll have all of my subscribers sign a waiver, and we'll all go do the competence and leadership together. We'll all get on the boat. You will have to sign a waiver because you probably will get cancer or asbestos exposure getting on the boat. But I think if we butter up old DM, he'll let us on. What do you guys think?
And it takes about 36 hours to get them all under one team, and after about 36 hours, you have a real team action going.
Like this? We didn't do this. Or maybe we did the boat. It's hard to remember. But we didn't do any of the diving, any of the painting on the side. We didn't do any of that.
Every student joining the program comes in at a different level. Some look at this program and think it's kind of tough. Well, as each person comes in, we do some assessments and assign the person the bar or level that person is at. It is a very personalized program. Each individual on the program is brought up from wherever they started across many different activities to a higher level.
I had to get an EKG before I came here, before I did the competence and leadership, because there's like very strict health regimens. You're not allowed to go if there's any risk that you will have any kind of health conditions whatsoever, because it's a liability. So it is not for everybody. Like just in its own requirements, but it's also not personally, individually tasked. It's not about you. He just said that. So it's not about what you individually need to do. You have to just do it. If you move slower, he's not going to hit you with a whip and make you go faster, but you're going to finish just like everybody else finished. That's what he means by individual. Would it be fair to say they make it look like a summer camp instead of a reform school? Yeah. It is a summer camp. It's like a 2-week summer camp where you pay to do manual labor, and not like that kind of thing hasn't been like doing certain physical activities, and you know, I know that the military in some of its more strict regimens and things have improved some people who were more disorganized beforehand. But this doesn't do that, because, I mean, maybe it does because you're paying for it and there's that implicit sort of commitment that you make. And so it's like harder on you. But I wasn't like waking up at the crack of dawn after I got home from this. I was in so much pain constantly because I was physically busting my ass every day. My feet were just sore as hell. Only for adults, I guess? No. I think it's 16. It's like 14 and up or something, and 16. I was 17, I think, when I did it.
Each day without violating the subjects of gradients. Everybody reaches the next level every day. This technology of applying gradients is a very exact technology, and we do apply it exactly on this course. So if you enroll in this program and you're a world-class athlete, you're going to be a better world-class athlete.
Yeah, more like a
when
boot
you
camp
leave.
for sure.
If you enroll and you haven't really had a lot of motion in 20 years, by the time you leave, you're going to feel a lot younger. LRH said in his St. Hill Special Briefing course, aging is caused by a lessening ability to confront action. That is all. It's not because the person can't, but he merely ages because he believes that he can't.
Homie said aging is caused by a lessening ability to confront action. You only age, like, this man is not a scientist. He just invented his own shit.
Lessening ability to confront action.
He said,
that is all.
That is all. Claims. This man should have been in prison way before Scientology even started. It is not because the person can't. Yeah, so you see how they kind of like strong arm you out of any justification. But if you can't, then you're not going to do it. If you can't do it physically, this does not apply because you literally can't. It's like, it's not because you can't unless you literally can't. In which case, none of this matters. You know what I mean? Like if you have like a heart condition, it is because of your aging and it's genetic. It is because you can't, because you would die. So that sand looked hot. The sand is hot.
Because the person
Make no
can't,
mistake.
but he merely ages
But you see what I mean.
He believes that he can't. A person gets as old as he is incapable of confronting energy, whether it's a civilization or an individual or anything else.
Whatever the fuck that means.
The age of the individual is established by his ability to regard action.
So, I love that. The age of the individual is established by his ability to regard action. So, I wonder how many Scientologist sex offenders use this as a justification. Because there's a lot of child SA that happens in Scientology. So I got to wonder how many of them use this policy to justify that.
By his ability to regard action. So what this program does is to increase the individual's confront of motion and action on a gradient scale that he or she can have. It makes tremendous changes. In fact, it works miracles. Students routinely experience a great increase in stamina and physical capability. The program is comprised...
You said they increase stamina and capability, and physical capability because they're gradually getting exercise where they didn't before. Like, everything he's saying could just be because they exercise, not because of anything L. Ron Hubbard says. Like, his observation that people are, like, in better shape when they leave has nothing to do. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with, like, the courses or anything like that. You got, like, you're working out every single day. You're doing aggressive physical stuff all day. So, like, he's just saying, if you work out with us, this should just be a weight loss program. We just cut all the competence and leadership stuff. This is the new Sean Teague's, class that you can pay. Get this old fart out of here. Put Sean Teague's at the helm. Teach him how to steer the boat, and do some knee ups. Do some squats. He'd be saying the same stuff.
Of several different parts. One is the course, studied in the academy, designed specifically for this program, and which in itself has many drills and practicals that teach you practical things, including leadership and competence. It includes 3 different seminars that tie right into the subject matter being...
Those seminars were so boring. So many people fell asleep during those seminars.
...learned on this program. These include the Ethics and Responsibility Seminar and the Leadership Seminar. Then there are numerous additional drills which are specifically designed to increase competence and leadership skills.
All which apparently include tying knots. They're just saying, we're teaching you leadership skills, and all they're doing is tying knots. And I love that. You do learn knots. I learned a couple knots. I learned I learned tying more knots from just like reading a book about knot tying. But yeah.
For example, a leader must be able to imbue his or her team with energy and enthusiasm. We do many drills which challenge that ability and increase it in the individual. Then you do mess work. Now, why mess work? Well, if you can't confront mess, you can't.
MEST work, matter, energy, space, and time, is the acronym MEST, which has to do with like the physical, what is physical in Scientology, like this desk or this microphone or you know, the lamp, the dirt, the ground, things like that. So MEST work is physical manual labor.
Confront life. Here we use LRH data on handling mess and on how to get high-quality, viable products through the handling of mess. This step of the program is done following precise LRH flag orders, the internal policies of the Sea Org, and where LRH laid out the tech to create effective and competent Sea Org members and teams.
So this is a good analogy for this, because you say, oh, we're doing mess work because X, Y, and Z. L. Ron Hubbard said it was good. It is manual labor, but like, what was I gonna say?
Sea Org, and where LRH laid out.
Oh, this is like yeah, it's like Sea Org Lite. So this is like a 2-week trial about what the Sea Org is like, because Sea Org members do this, all of these things, every day, minus the workouts. You maybe get like you maybe get like time 20 minutes at like 11:30 at night, maybe midnight or something, where you can work out. But it's basically like it's like if you like this, then you're more likely to join the Sea Org, because this is mostly what the Sea Org is like.
The tech to create effective and competent Sea Org members and teams. On this course, you practice putting in order. There is no comparison here to any military type training. This is an entirely different thing. Here's what
an entirely different thing. Period. Because I said so.
LRH says about order and why the subject of order is important. First of all, from the lecture entitled Leadership, he says, now leadership is totally the action of bringing order, or it is not leadership. And then this from a lecture of 14 April 1959 entitled Mechanisms of the Mind. All injury is disorder. All discomfort is disorder. All mysteries and problems and superstitions and maybes and not knowingness, these things are all disorderly things.
And must be destroyed. And must be killed. And must be murdered from your mind. You must not have injury. You must not have illness. You must operate.
Thus, by practicing putting in order, it becomes very obvious how one would improve his or her life. And we teach order in a 2-week period like you've never seen it before. It's taught, it's practiced, it's inspected upon, the level is raised, and by the time you finish the program, you not only understand the subject of order, you understand its importance, and you are able to go out and put order into your environment. The drills in this program are entirely unique and were specifically designed for this program. They exist no place else in the world. You've never seen these drills before. You've never done them. Their purpose...
I think there are a few places in the world where you can do this. I don't know about you, but I don't know about you guys. Have you guys ever done this before? Any of y'all done this? I don't think you have. This is the only place in the world, in this sector of the galaxy, that you will ever do drills like this. This is the most hardcore thing you could ever do. Look at what they're doing. Along with the fucking, like, the narration and everything, they just show it's like, this is not military training. This is its own unique thing. You've never done this. You've never done drills like this. You'll never do drills like this. This is like, you will learn, like, this is like a day of Navy basic in this whole 2 weeks. And then they actually go on to at least in the Navy, you go on to learn actual practical skills that you will then use in the Navy. You're not going to use any of this shit once you leave the ship. What are they doing? I have no idea what they're doing. They're waddling. They're in a kiddie pool, or what is this? They're in a pool with life preservers on. This pool is not deep. I've been in this pool. Bet they all peed in the pool. I plead the fifth. You have never scrubbed like this before.
Is to get people handling random particles while remaining in present time and being able to be more in present time handling more particles. When a group first starts the program, it's chaos. But by the time students complete 2 weeks later, it's a 600% increase in ability to handle randomity.
A 600% increase on the ability to handle randomity. Randomity is a word that I didn't know was actually made up. As far as I know, it was made up in Scientology, but it's essentially like unexpected things happening in the world or in your life. You know how like you don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, 2 hours, 10 days, 1 month? That's all randomity. So this metric here assumes not only that they measure this, which they do not, but look how much more of it you'll have. Look how much better at it you'll be. Look how much better at doing this thing they don't measure you'll be. That's a big number, pal. Ian, when you were there, do you actually sailing? Like at sea? You don't. I didn't. We didn't even leave port for the whole 2 weeks. So, but you don't steer the ship ever. You can look, if you ask specially, you can like look on your off time. You can like look inside the captain's thing if he's available. But this you don't actually set course. Like they'll sail you to Cartagena, and then you sail back. That's supposed to be what it is, a week there and a week back. But we didn't do that. Like randomness? Yeah, but no, they can't be simple. It has to be a new word. Randomity.
Randomity. A 600% increase in randomity sightings in the East Bay Area.
And handle particles coming at you, and I've seen that across the board, a 600% increase, if not more. In fact, there's an increase in everything we do. Every drill we do is timed. Every practical exercise we do is timed. And students are required to do the drill more efficiently, more professionally, and faster each time. And the fact is, they do. Where students speak...
The fact is they do, because the bald man said so. The man whose mustache in real life is almost completely yellow because he smokes cigarettes like a chimney.
Begin and where they end are two totally different universes. What we observe on this program is the ability of individuals to develop into and to start operating as teams, and this ability invariably takes off like a rocket. The program is run at no lower than 4.0 on the tone scale, and this is simply because a leader must be able to imbue his team with enthusiasm.
4.0 in the tone scale is enthusiasm. It's like a scale of human emotion that they use to determine what kind of person you are based on what emotion you're inhibiting at that moment. Is this the dumped diaries? Is this thing required for members? Not required, encouraged. But you still have to pay for it, or somebody has to sponsor you to do it. Usually that'll be your employer if you work for a Scientology business. Yeah, and he says everything we do gets faster and faster. Almost like practice. Something about practice. You know, what is that? What does that mean, practice? I forget. Never mind. Like he's acting like practice doesn't, like practicing something you've never done before, you'll get faster at it the more you practice. You know what I mean? Like that, like what he's saying, if you remove all like the hocus pocus bullshit, it gets a lot easier to understand. But he's just kind of saying like, that's a fact. And the truth is, and what we've observed, because it's written for him. And this is only being shown to Scientologists. So what are they going to do? Google it?
He should be able to generate and create his own enthusiasm.
The ball drills. Oh, that was so
any
annoying.
time, so that he can generate that same enthusiasm within the members of his group.
What a
That is
leader. What a
very
Chad
much
that guy
something
was
that
for
is
passing
taught
that ball.
and emphasized on the program. LRH states, competence is not a question of one being more clever than another. It is one being more able to do what he is doing than another is.
I thought there was a delay. No, it is one being. So it's one being, being like a thetan, like a spirit being, an entity, being more able. But the way it, like, that just threw me the fuck off.
He continues saying,
Let's hear that again.
LRH states, competence is not a question of one being more clever than another. It is one being more able to do what he is doing than another is.
Competence is being better than others. Okay. No, now it makes sense. Okay, I was wrong. No, it all makes sense.
He continues saying, you could say a competent person was more there, but this is really more able to put his attention on what he has his attention on. This is an ability that is very thoroughly drilled on this program. The result uniformly is, as LRH states here, when a person is competent, the world can yell, but it doesn't shake them.
Or your senior can yell at you, and you won't complain as much.
To say that people's lives change as a result of the Competence and Leadership course is understating the case considerably. Because when you consider that 92% have radically increased their bridge progress, 96% have dramatically increased production, and 97% now demonstrate expanded dissemination in Scientology action.
Like, what are these numbers coming from? Who's the, like, 97, 90, like, you can just say that. And that's the thing that I think really fucked me up, was learning that, like, all the statistics that you learn in the events stuff and all the Scientology events are just anecdotal. They are literally just like made up to sound good, because you're not going to question them.
We're talking about changes of magnitude that ripple out across the dynamics. LRH said, if you want to see a 9-foot-tall OT, look at one who is also competent and knows it. That's what I personally witnessed coming out of this program. And if that's something you want in your life, I highly recommend you come and do it right now. I look forward to seeing you aboard.
First of all, we were...
Here we go. Here's the part where we get the completely anecdotal, scripted, David Miscavige approved responses to this program.
Here a year ago, me and my husband, and we saw other people doing this program, and it was like, wow, it looks pretty cool, this program, you know.
Coming here, my viewpoint really shifted in terms of the orders of magnitude to do something, the mentality, like the viewpoint behind how to really operate, you know, not at the level that I was operating at, but the level to operate at. You know?
I'm going to warn you, all of this is very vague. They're not going to say a single specific thing about any of the program or any of the materials or any of the specific parts. It's all going to be the most vague shit you've ever heard in your entire life.
You know, it's kind of like the difference between existing scene and ideal scene.
in one sentence. There is before competence and leadership and after competence and leadership. We are not the same.
There's a lot of team drills, things you have to do together to succeed. You can't do it by yourself. You have to have the team.
So the first day that we did it, we were completely disorganized. Like nobody could get into this life raft and people were falling off it. And like everybody was like, people were stepping on other people.
We must to clean an area and I told me, oh, but it's clean. And now I discovered the difference between a job, normal job, and a perfect job.
Every day the limits go up 5% or 10%.
In the beginning we thought, well, the schedule is so tight, how can we get things done in this time? That's not possible, it's too tight.
When I went to bed that night, I realized we have to organize this activity.
You get faster and faster and you succeed as a group.
Again, practice. I don't know how many of y'all have been in the military, but I'm sure that you could, if any of you have, you could agree that perhaps in the beginning there were moments when you felt unable to do the strenuous task you were tasked to do, and perhaps you got better at them and were able to predict the level of effort because you had done it before. Like, I don't know what mindset these people are in, but you really don't get to think critically, even to like the smallest degree in Scientology. Because like, especially if you grew up in Scientology, you get this idea that like life is just supposed to be easy. Why isn't it easy? Well, because people don't know the right tech. And like, let LRH explain to you specifically how life should work to make it easy, like it's supposed to be. But it's like, from what vein like overestimation did this come from? I mean, from LRH, but like, you don't even question that. You don't even question that, like, I'm doing a new thing that I don't often do, and it's a little hard at first, and then we do it again, and then we do it again, and then, yeah, we're a little better at it. And oh my God, that means L. Ron Hubbard was right, you know?
And that is a great experience.
We executed that plan, and we ended up with 59.
They're talking like working in a group has never happened before in Scientology. Yeah. They're talking like everything that they've, like this, look at this kid. This man has never done something outside of his father's insurance company or whatever the fuck he does. Like, I'm just, it hits me again. I also haven't seen this video probably since I've done the course, so it's just so funny.
Seconds to get 26 people into the boat, including people who can't swim, with life vests and all this kind of stuff. But we're getting them in the boat, and so that was one of the best times that they had ever had.
It's about how my viewpoint changed towards the thermodynamic.
Homie said the best part of his day was helping people who can't swim get back into the lifeboat. They're throwing people who can't swim in the water. That's great.
And about helping thermodynamic.
This is a huge affinity feeling for the third dynamic. It has gone back into all of us.
2 weeks competence and leadership. I think I doubled my abilities.
There was a very specific point on the program where I felt completely like I had attained separation. You know, like body, me.
And controlling time the way that you control it in the 10 days that you're on the free winds. You know, from when you wake up to when you go to sleep, and how much you can get done in that time.
You cannot believe all the things you're doing in the same amount of time, and you're not even tired.
After 1 week, 10 days, we thought, well, we're done. There's another 15 minutes until we go on. What do we do with all this time?
It's really case game. It's really like several intensives of auditing.
It helped me so much being more organized. And then I went to my office, and then I organized my space there. You know, and everything was just flowing perfectly.
You see, though, I went back home and I organized my office for the first time. And I said, this is nicer. I can get more work done if my office is clean. You didn't need a cult to tell you that, bud. Hate to say it. You did not need a cult to tell you that.
Was individuated to some degree, and now I know that I'm not going to be like that anymore. I'm going to be part of it, and I also feel that I can make a difference.
I got really caught on helping my idea work and helping all those different campaigns.
To start a project which will influence the whole country. Before the program, I wouldn't start that. And now it's like, okay, the whole country, fine. We do this one this weekend and the next country next week.
He's saying I did something. He said he influenced a whole country? What? It just became easy to influence a whole country after doing this. Guys, I think Vladimir Putin should do this. Really whip him into shape. But of course, because it's Scientology, he would be completely reformed.
Okay. To be able to have the opportunity to do it on the ship, on the Free Winds, which in itself is a model org, run by model executives, commanded by a model team, exactly the way LRH wanted it. You know, in there is the absolute value for me of the course.
And because of it, our stats both.
The French guy. You said one guy looks like a koala. That French guy, you can barely understand what he's saying, but he's kind of adorable, isn't he? He was a Freedom Medal winner. I forgot completely what he did, but he's just like, he talks like this. And when we were going to the place, a koala is a great description.
In my company, just continue to increase and hit highest ever and highest ever and highest ever.
Within a year of coming back from that course, we had achieved 5x, maybe even 10x of what we would do in a normal year.
5x, maybe even 10x, maybe even 1,000x, because we weren't paying attention. We were just tying knots all day. Which one is it, pal?
My confront level raised, so things in session that I have to confront, it speeded up, so sessions go faster.
I got promoted to a higher position internally inside my company, so it was amazing. Everything was just turning around for my benefit.
He said he was promoted. I would wager it was because he was in a Scientology-run business, and he was doing this gave him the credibility that he'll probably not suck as much at his job, because obviously his office was dirty. You know, he had to clean his office. The first thing he did when he got back, so be like, "Oh, your office looks fine. You did competence and leadership, so you're down with our cult. Let's promote you. Let's bring you closer."
Now we send some guys from our company to do this, because then the company is going to expand and they're going to do much better on their jobs.
And we are.
You see, and then so they send their non-Scientologists to this place, to this ship, covered in blue asbestos, by the way, to study Scientology, to learn about Scientology, and to do Scientology stuff while also doing physical manual labor for a cult. It's not what you want. If your employer ever says, we're going to go on a religious ship to do something called the Competence and Leadership Program, quit. Or call the EEOC and let them know that you might be fired for religious discrimination because you don't want to join a human trafficking cult, and they will help you sue.
We are thinking about the whole country, and we already started to expand to our neighbor country with the way to happiness activities. So in the terms of volume of people we are going to reach, we expanded probably 100 times.
If I get like the whole field in Denmark to do this program, we are going to change Denmark for sure.
My study went faster, my production goes faster, everything speeded up.
So for everybody who has somehow the feeling he hasn't had enough time in life, this is the program to do.
People can see that you're more productive. They don't know what you have. You know,
this music on this channel.
What is it about you? You know, they'll ask you, what, you have something different. You know, it's the freelance, man. Competence
Kind of inspiring, low key. It's just always trailing up. Dun, 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 dun. It's every fucking Scientology song I've ever heard in my life. Oh my god. So it's very bizarre. Also, like, they don't have a doctor on the ship. They just have somebody called the MLO, or the medical liaison officer, who liaises with whatever they decide if something's medically a bigger problem. So they actually had a measles outbreak at one point on the ship, and it was pretty crazy because also in COVID, when COVID started, they had an outbreak of COVID on the ship as well. So they had to dock it and they had to isolate it, and no one could leave because there's no regulation. Especially they don't believe in viruses. Period. They think that viruses only affect you if you are connected to suppression, or you're like a PTS, or if you're an SP, or if you're, if you do bad things, then bad viruses will get into you, and the only way to get viruses out of you is to drink CalMag and fucking do auditing, As a sales trainer, I would use this vid as how not to sell if you want to be successful. Scientology hard sell. The doctrine of hard sell is one that Scientology uses aggressively because it has no regard to the financial well-being of people in its methods. So it's essentially like, it doesn't matter what your situation is. I need money from you. This is why Scientology gets in so much trouble, because money is the main motivator behind the organization as a whole doing well. And everybody needs money to survive in this world. That's just a fact. And it doesn't matter where you get it from in Scientology, as long as it is going to the cult itself. So Scientology is a fantastic, like, you should be, and I've done sales quite a bit, and I did marketing. I'm not a big fan of it, but, you should be able to sell based on your, how you relate to the person and how you can help them solve a problem, right, with the product or whatever that you're selling. Scientology is the antithesis to good salesmanship, because it is like brutal, quasi-illegal sales manipulation. This is exactly how, like, if you want sales the right way, don't go this far. You will, like, this is the kind of shit that Dr. Berg does internally, and he wants to push on, your failures and manipulate your emotional, your emotional sensibilities to kind of get you into the mindset where you could see you needing his product and then selling you his product. I've sold for him personally. I was in a few of his call centers. So I also trained his most recent call center on how to sell and how to communicate, because he wanted a Scientology auditor, and that was me. And he wanted to make all of his keto consultants into auditors, and that was my job. Hard sell does not work. Yeah, you're telling me. It's like it's the same shit with that MLMs use to get people in. It's like, yeah, you can sell them to something like it's to sell people something that they don't want or they don't need. Nobody needs auditing. People need like professional therapy, or they need like material improvements or environmental improvements. They need a higher living wage, and maybe they won't be so fucking stressed out all the time. But like, you're a higher working wage, you know? But like, they don't need Scientology. This isn't gonna, when you join Scientology, they just tell you, oh yeah, it's fine to get money from whatever means necessary. You don't need to care about people. You care about where the money goes after you get it. To Scientology, the only ethical group in the world. So it's just, it's very weird. Also, I want to show y'all this. Somebody sent me this, this video just before I went live. Just before I went live, somebody sent me this video. And this is a Tom Cruise interview. It's a Tom Cruise interview where somebody pulled a little goof, a little goofster, sprayed him with a fake microphone, and Tom loses his cool. I love this. Ready? Yes. No, why would you do that? And he laughs, first of all, and then he loses his composure instantly. Why would you do that? Come here. Come here. Why would you do that? Grabs him by the way. Why would you do that?
Not very funny. Can you please?
No, it's okay. No, wait 1 second. What's so funny about that? It's ridiculous. Do you like making less of people? Look at these Scientologists. These are old, but both of these people are definitely Scientologists.
Doing mean things to me. That's really. Hey, no, don't run away.
Don't run away.
No, let me have it on. I don't care. That's incredibly rude. I'm here giving you an interview and answering your questions, and you do something really nasty. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. Well, you know what? You're a jerk.
Oh, they're covering up the camera.
Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Be ashamed of yourself. What
Amazing.
Oh, that psychotic Homelander face. You tell me. Oh my God, look at that. Tell me, have you ever seen a more Homelander looking, a Homelander reaction? Who here's watched The Boys? This is a.
Amazing.
That is like so quintessentially Homelander. He is honestly the Homelander of like the Scientology's Vought Enterprises. Let me tell you. Oh my God, dude, Tom Cruise is not a tough guy. Period. Full stop. Full stop, dog. I'm surprised Tom Cruise didn't melt. I just saw another headline. What is this? Oh, you hate to see it. Speaking of the big man himself, Scientology apparently dictates which of Tom Cruise's kids he can see, and Suri didn't make the cut. Aww. A man after Dr. Berg's own heart. Apparently, little has changed in Tom Cruise and his teenage daughter Suri's relationship, or rather non-relationship, since his 2011 split from her mom, Katie Holmes. Page 6 reported Wednesday that Cruise hasn't seen the 16-year-old Suri in a very long time and is not a part of her life. This isn't exactly a new development. In 2012, transcripts from Cruise's defamation lawsuit against Maurer Media Group for its coverage of him in Life and Style magazine shows Cruise confirming that he hasn't seen his daughter in months at the time, and other reports have alleged his absence from her life in the last several years. With the latest report, it's jarring how completely removed Cruise remains from his own child's life after all this time, all, of course, due to his allegiance to the very bizarre Church of Scientology. You gotta go? All right, Jobo. Peace out. If you wet Tom Cruise, the gremlin may come out. You're not supposed to feed him after midnight. Yeah, Tom Cruise is a clown. I used to actually have so much respect for the guy, and I used to, because I love movies. I love how they make me feel. I love the stories that they can tell, and I love the action as well. And I used to watch Tom Cruise movies all the time, not even because he was a Scientologist, just because he was cool, because he did cool shit in movies. But now he's just a clown, and it's very pathetic, honestly, to see someone with so much mainstream, I guess, corporate appeal just be a shill for a cult and pretend like you're stupid. He thinks you're dumb. Just like Dr. Berg, he doesn't think you're smart at all. He thinks that you are a dumb consumer who can get him money, and he thinks people like movies. That's all I'm doing is making movies. He knows. David Miscavige has talked to him about the things that, like the allegations against Scientology constantly. Mark Headley confirmed this. So he's not a movie star. Not to me. He's a fucking glorified stuntman. Remember the last time he acted? Magnolia, maybe. I think Interview with the Vampire was before that. But yeah, so he doesn't even act anymore. He's just Tom Cruise does stunts in new movie. Mission Impossible. Where Ethan Hunt shows us that Tom, like did y'all see, I don't know about y'all, but Maverick was dog shit. They took everything cool about the realistic, semi-realistic nature of Top Gun. I mean, the plot wasn't realistic because he would have been dishonorably discharged for being ruthlessly reckless. Iceman, #Iceman was right. But they took the classic realism of a jet movie, and then they added he survives a fucking explosion at Mach 10, and he gets chased by a Harrier jet that fucking lights him up on behind enemy lines of insert foreign adversary country here. It's Maverick was just the plot. And to Star Wars, it was Star Wars. Literally, because he had to put in the secret nuclear bunker that was right in the middle of a canyon. He had to go through the canyon with these vague insert blank video game asset AA guns or AA missiles that I've ever seen in my life. It was just so fucking stupid. We had a staff reward night after doing well in the birthday game. It was movie night. We all gathered in the chapel after the org closed and watched Top Gun of all movies. First time I'd seen it. Yeah. Of all films, of course, that was the one time we watched. And I love the fact that the time we saw it, I was in the Church of Scientology, London's chapel. Yeah, I mean, they go they go fucking buck wild for Tom Cruise. When I was at Flag studying as a trainee, we ate in the basement of the big Flag building, where there's like hundreds of hundreds of Sea Org members eating, and we get our own little corner because we're trainees. And on the tables there would be what are called upstat rewards, or if we make a certain if we make like they'll show how much how much Flag made. I think it was like $5 million a week or something. And if they made like, $7 million a week or $12 million before a certain point, then they would all watch another Tom Cruise movie, or they'd get on a bus and they'd all go to a movie theater out in Tampa or wherever, and they'd watch the new Tom Cruise movie or the new John Travolta movie, even if it was the worst John Travolta movie, which is basically everything he makes these days. But it's just it is like so uniquely culty. The thermal exhaust point is 2 meters wide. R.I.P. Porkins. Pour one out for my homie, Porkins. Red Leader was dropping the ball that day. Thank you, PK, for the super chat. I wonder what percentage of sociopaths have been created by being in that Church of Scientology bubble. I think you can tell by like how many Scientologists. It's a factory. It literally is a narcissist factory, because some people get into self-help groups because you can push on the button of you can help another person. Okay, that's one way that people can get indoctrinated into Scientology. The second way is you can unlock the real you, the you that everybody likes, the you that is successful, the you that has power beyond mortal comprehension. Okay, this is the one that they kind of support each other, right? So you have the people who are attracted to the first one who end up facilitating people who are attracted to the second one. So people with empathy and people who are prone, or I guess they're insecure, very deeply insecure. So they sort of join Scientology to kind of gain a kind of narcissistic altitude of presence, of being, and they become celebrities in this little cult, especially if they donate a lot of money. But it's a very interesting kind of duality. And then you have the people who join who want to see alien stuff, but they don't last very long. I don't really think... Oh, hey, Catherine. I really don't think Scientology creates sociopaths, but it definitely attracts and cultivates them. Yeah, like, create is a strong word. Like, some people are prone to different, like, everybody's different, right? But you can nurture an attitude where people become void of reality and empathy. And when you redefine all these concepts, especially with like Scientologies or like the Scientology nomenclature, you can get somebody to redefine what they're doing and how they think about the world. Like, empathy is no longer important because you have a goal, a more ultimate goal than being empathetic to small groups of people. You now have a group that supersedes your lifetime and unlocks spiritual, metaphysical powers that are greater than the individual problems that are happening to marginalized groups, let's say, on Earth. So you have people who want to help, and they see Scientology as a tool to help other people. And these people have very low self-esteem when they're in Scientology. They're very constantly abused and very kept down and pushed down and nose to the grindstone. And then you have people who want to justify, I guess, their ability to abuse by, gaining power. The Grant Cardone types, Grant Cardone is incredibly insecure, which is why he needs all the fancy cars and the jets, and he has to be a likable guy. Or people like Dr. Berg, who needs, to be the smartest nutritional guy in the world. And all of his opinions have to be right because he's using the tech that is actually dictates the realistic laws of the universe. And somehow that justifies vaccine denial and science denial and conspiracy theories. And like the kind of shit that he would send me when I was working for him, he would send me like pro-fascism propaganda videos and like videos of like police murdering people. Like as like those cop chasing through, oh, brutal. It's like literally that's what he would send me. And then like vaccine misinformation and he's not well in the head. And I honestly, it was very hard to understand how to communicate with him because he was very stubborn, very sort of narcissistic. Apostate Alex, you guys were so awesome on that video we did together. Hyping up your own video, Alex. Don't know if you've read the comments, but people loved your dynamic. I did not look at the comments, actually. I should check that out. It plays to our tribal natures. It plays to a tribal stereotype that lesser evolved people, like humans, before technology existed or before we had the common sense to aggregate knowledge and bounce it off of each other. Science is not true science unless you have a real template of things. That's why like a real subject size that actually matters. That's why like I was watching the H3 podcast. They were talking to that Andrew Tate wannabe guy, and he was saying like, oh, well, there's so many more gay people now. It's awful. It's ruining the world. Ethan hit him with the, back in the old days, like there was only like the percentage of left-handed people was like 3% because, they would force people to they thought it was like unnatural. So they would force people to write with their right hand. But as time went on, it became, people were able to communicate with more and more people and aggregate knowledge. And we realized that actually a lot of people are left-handed and it's not actually a crazy thing. So the allowance of left-handed people, we just stopped forcing people to use only their right hand. And suddenly now it jumped to like 12% of the population is left-handed. Like you don't know what you don't know until you're able to look at the data, the real data, not just data that agrees with your primal sense of that's icky, or I wouldn't do that, so that's probably not natural. It's like these people don't use their brains. They're using their egos to kind of do a lot of the talking. And Scientology allows you to use your ego and your vibes or whatever to like decide what the right course of path is. So it can bring out a sociopath's justification for, for example, let's say you do Scientology and you find out that in your past life, or people don't like you because you're very quick to temper. But you do Scientology and you find out in a past life you were a barbarian warlord who commanded respect, and this makes so much sense to why you're so angry now. So you can still get mad at people because you're saying, oh, well, in my past life, I was an angry warlord person. So I'm just what they would call dramatizing who I've been. You know, it's an example, but it's not too far off from the truth. I mean, I as an auditor, I had to dig into the deep recesses of a lot of these people's considerations and their thoughts about how they see Scientology, and I had a pretty good sample size of individual perspective of this thing that we were all studying. I thought, I used to think that if everybody read the same words, we would all get to the same place, but that's very far from the truth. Ian, did you ever meet Grant Cardone? Any interesting stories? I did meet Grant Cardone a few times. Every time I met him, he forgot who I was. Can you imagine that? Even though we only met at the same place. He is very short, by the way. He's a short king. I mean, I'm above average height. I'm 6'4", but he's down there. His wife is taller than him, which I think is funny. He's a stocky gent, but there is some tea. He used to he's done like a little bit of everything, right? Before he was too successful, he used to do this thing where he would promote other Scientologists' products, but he got in trouble because he used to promote their products as if they were his and not mention any of the other people that he was helping. He actually scammed my dad. He scammed Dr. Berg a while back from using his products and using his techniques or whatever on his website without crediting Dr. Berg at all. It's all like high school drama bullshit, like behind the scenes, because they didn't handle it legally. They handled it through Scientology's arbitration system, which does not force its hand on anything. It's just supposed to be like, all right, get together, now make up, now make friends again. But I actually have reports about that time. But yeah, Grant Cardone's a scumbag, and he's been a scumbag for a while. So it doesn't surprise me that he's been scamming even people in his own cult. Why did he send you those why did my dad send me those violent videos? He's got baggage. He's got repressed shit that he is just unable to comprehend here. Let me fix this a little bit. Just going to even that so you can see all the... Oh, is that... Yeah, that should be fine. Just want to make sure that the chat's visible. I think you will find sociopaths and psychopaths everywhere on the path to religion or anywhere they work the system. Yeah, I mean, religion has a way of justifying what we don't understand. And there's a lot of things about the mind that it is hard to come to terms with, especially when it's your life. So I'm going to use this word. I'm trying very slowly and surely to get more monetizable in my language, although I don't think I'll ever give up swearing. People who like children are not ostracized as much as they should be in Scientology, because it is just another thing that you can audit out, when in real life it is an actual like mental affliction that follows people. And many people do not act on these urges. I'm not going to say a ratio because I haven't looked into that the studies in that too much. I don't really empathize with that group of people very much, although I can at least respect the people who never act on it and who understand that this is a wrong thing to feel, and they condition themselves in such a way to never act on these urges. But in Scientology, this is just something that it's just a little boohoo. It's just a little boo-boo on the record. There are people in Scientology now who are in senior positions who have in the past diddled the children. And because Scientology believes that children are just adults in little bodies, or they're just old beings in tiny bodies, the expectation is not that this child is scarred for life, but that, that's something that they'll have to, we'll just audit that, we'll just fix that in them later. And this person who did it needs a good ethics program and some auditing to fix these, to fix their out ethics, but has nothing to do with like an actual problem. So these people are stuck in this like suspended, sort of, I could imagine, torturous cycle. I mean, I again, when you act on it, I mean, nobody's that dumb. I just don't think anybody's like dumb enough these days, unless you have like an actual like learning disorder or like a developmental disability along with that, to know. Nobody's that dumb that they don't know that it's bad. I think you have to be really, really self-assured in your maliciousness and your actions to be like, this isn't that bad. Like, you have to want it and then justify it. Like, but in Scientology, it's not encouraged, but it's not looked down upon. There are minors who start relationships with people in their 30s. All the time. Maybe not so much because Scientology's shrinking, but in the age of the internet, people talk more. People communicate more. The natural progression of aggregated knowledge. There's going to be a person who hears about it who's going to wake this other person up, or who's going to have reason, and they're going to be like, oh my God, this is a problem. But it does happen. My ex-wife audited. There was a pedophile who was on staff in Perth, Australia, and she was like, "It's gross to hear about what he likes and to what he wants to do, and that he's hanging around playgrounds, but he's a productive staff member, so it's not like I can do anything about it." And I'm like, to me, I was like, the authorities should know about this guy, but she just didn't give a shit, unless it affected her negatively. Like, I'm not thinking about her. I'm thinking about the children this man might touch. And now I'm thinking about that Scientology does not see this as a net negative. They see it as a negative because they know that the WOG world, the non-Scientologist world, sees it's bad. But that's the only, like, as long as they can just not report it, doesn't matter. Ian, since all the SPTV guys and gals is on Twitter, do you guys ever see Grant Cardone? Do you guys see Grant Cardone is basically running his business through Twitter Spaces? He hosts them as frequently a speaker on the biggest one. I wouldn't doubt it. That dude, he's a snake. He's the world's thickest snake. He'll find his way into any little greasy puddles where he can take money. So I wouldn't doubt, even after Scientology, even after he either gets kicked out of Scientology, or which I don't think is going to happen, or after Scientology disintegrates, he's still going to be a snake until he puts himself in prison for breaking the law, for pushing just a little too far to get what he wants for himself. I found OTs less able than a walk-in most of the time. Oh my God, I have heaps of weird and silly stories about OTs. Dude, these guys are fucking weird. I totally agree. I used to see, because I used to walk around the org, and and in Atlanta, and talked to some of these people, and I remember talking to this one ancient woman who was OT8, and she was never talked to anyone. She would just come in, do her course, and leave. You know, some OT8s are like, well, I only associate with other OT8s or other people who are of higher influence. I don't associate with you little people. But she was like, she never had any money. She was almost, she was one of the worst students. She had a lot of very weird, that you get these people in this environment, they just come up with such weird solutions and weird ideas. Like she had this idea that, well, an OT, an operating thetan, what you do, the best way to do it is you isolate yourself, and then you expand into your own dynamics. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Second of all, that sounds like individuation, which is like kind of not the point of Scientology. But like, these people are not, they isolate themselves for sure, because you have a whole library of existential horror that every tiny little misstep is gonna, is gonna ruin your life, is gonna ruin this perfect little equilibrium you've set up for yourself in this OT bubble. What's bull baiting aside from encouraging psychopathy? To mix anger and rage with acting cool and cold? Come on. I'd say it's more desensitization, but to psychopathy, or to, you have two sides. You have people who like to bull bait, or who are good at bull baiting, who are a little unhinged. Because to be good at bull baiting, you have to know how to piss people off, and you have to know how to like hurt people, or how to, I prefer the people who, I've always preferred the bull baiters that tried to make me laugh, because I found myself in the position where I was bull baiting my middle school bully, and I saw this little moment where I was like, I'm going to make this guy feel like shit, and this is my moment. He can't do anything. It's very, there is a power aspect to it, but it is desensitization, because you get yelled at a lot in Scientology. And if you want to be successful in Scientology, you got to yell at some people. Do you think that Scientology has had an adverse effect on the movie industry culture because of its belief? Do I think Scientology has had an adverse effect on the movie industry? No, I think the concept of exponential growth, exponential corporate profits of shareholders has had a adverse effect on the movie industry and its culture. Just look at how much shit isn't on HBO anymore. Cutting corners, saving a buck. It robs creators of their ability to have freedom in making something original. And then they just look back and they're like, all right, well, what can we sell these people they'll buy right off the bat, instead of making some new thing that costs extra money? It's like, oh, well, they like this thing that came out in 1996. It's like, okay, well, let's just make a reboot to that. Dr. Berg is such a dilf. Can you hook me up with him? Sure thing, sister. I'll give you his number. You're gonna have to beat off my mom, though. You're gonna have to fight my mom. Digital footprint, Ian. Digital footprint. Choose your words. I wasn't talking economically. Neither was I. I mean, it is an economic choice, but I don't think Scientology, I don't think people give a shit about Scientology. They just don't want to get sued by Scientology. I think people in media should make fun of Scientology more, but also talk about like what's actually happening in Scientology, not just the Where's Shelley or the which, I mean, yes, we should find Shelley, and it's a polarizing conversation, but like there are so many bad things happening in Scientology. Scientology creates catastrophic effects in the world of business, in the world of like parental education, the mental health field, because they're constantly trying to convince people that, you know, if you take an antidepressant, you're going to shoot up a hospital or something. You know, it has so many more cascading effects. It ruins families systematically, and I think people should talk about that more and really bruise Scientology in pragmatic and realistic examples of where they do awful harm. Shelley is missing because of the ideology of Scientology, because of the policies that already exist and the power that's able to be flexed. There's a reason that people are guarding her. What are they using to justify this behavior? The written word of Scientology, you know? No, I mean that they don't see children as children. What does that have to do with the movie industry culture? The Unabomber was OT9. Okay. Let's I have another video we're gonna watch. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Are you back? There is no OT9. Yeah, that was a joke. I think it was meant for me. There's absurdist humor that I understand the nuance that it is absurdist. It's okay. You're allowed. Not everybody in the chat will get it, but yeah. Okay. Let's get on to the next thing. Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben made a video. And I have been intentionally waiting to watch it so that we can watch it together. Now, isn't that so refreshing? It's not like, no, I've seen this video, so you're going to get me dramatically reacting in a way that sounds shocking, as if you haven't seen it. I have actually not seen this video. I saw a fraction of it, just the beginning, and I already have some thoughts, but I was like, no. It's 14 minutes long. It's not too big. We're just going to watch it, and I'm going to react to it. A friend of mine watched it, and he had some thoughts too, but I think we're going to have the same kind of reaction to it. So, Reckless Ben, if a Scientologist can say this word, they win $10,000. That's some big cheddar cheese.
That's the Ian Rafalco guarantee.
That's funny. Now, I know my background is blurred, but I added something new to my set. I had these... before we start. Come on. Come on. It's the Wayne and Garth set. Funko Pops. Garth is exceedingly difficult to find. But Wayne is pretty common. I think Garth gets a lot of flack where he shouldn't. Garth is hilarious. But I just wanted to show you that. So when it's not, I'm doing some cleaning and some reorganizing and some packing. So I might just be doing the blurred screen for a while, but I wanted to show that. All right, let's watch the video.
There's one word that Scientologists are not allowed to say. So today, we're going to see if we can convince them to say it for $10,000. Did you say the word Xenu?
Xenu.
Xenu. See, that's how easy it is. Sorry, we were just kidding. That was just a joke. But we can see how easy it would be to win $10,000. Now we're going to try it for real. So let's go. Hey. No, we're actually famous influencers. Our sponsor said we have to give away $10,000 to this person on the street. So we're...
I know that guy. I think I know this guy. I think his name is Matt.
Just looking for people.
He's a Sea Org member. Oh yeah, you see he's wearing gloves. He's a Sea Org member.
To give away money to. All you have to do is all you have to do is just say the word Xenu and you get $10,000. For $10,000.
Have a nice day.
Show the money, man.
So I'm not gonna do it.
So yeah, see he's this. So that
Really?
guy, this guy's name is Matt. I believe it's Matt, and he is a missionaire. I can tell because he's tall as fuck. So this guy, he does what's called Div 6. He does Div 6 missions. He's good at the public contact section of the organization. So he does things like outreach physically to people who are like selling books to local people, you know, and the acquisition of new people into the organization. So he's obviously helping this staff member here. You can tell because he is not in staff uniform, and he is that this is one of the staff members, or a posted Sea Org member. Also because he has a keychain that's hooked into his pants. I don't know if that's is because he has keys to the thing, to the org. I don't know why he would, is what I'm saying. This could just be his personal keys. But this guy is definitely a SIRG member. I feel like I know I feel like I've worked with this guy before.
$10,000?
Even for $10,000.
Really?
Even for So he's telling this guy to take a hike. This is a flap for Scientology. I'll tell you that right fucking now. Are you saying that the org doesn't need $10,000 just for you to say a word that Scientology itself claims has nothing to do with Scientology because it's a confidential thing? This guy probably knows about Xenu, and that's why he's not saying it. So, like, the fact that, like, he is denying, the fact that he is refusing $10,000 that he could just give to the org, I would have said Xenu for $10,000. You kidding me? Like, is the org that flush with cash? I don't think so. You just lost $10,000 for your org, sir. You just failed your mission. You should be in lowers. For that, they should reboot the RPF for this dude.
It was really hard for us to actually get the sponsor. We had to do a lot of negotiating, and like we don't get the money unless we can like successfully give it away. So you wouldn't say Xenu for $10,000? Why wouldn't they say Xenu for $10,000? What the fuck is that about?
So Xenu is a very powerful alien that Scientologists actually believe in. It's the alien that banished all humans to Earth in their backstory. They think that Xenu is so powerful of an alien that if you learn about him before you're at the third level of their church, then you'll literally get pneumonia and die.
The third level. Listen, I respect the hustle. I respect the courage that these guys have. I knowing as much as I do about the technicality, they had to dumb it down. I understand. It does irk me a little bit to have to hear it put in such like basic terms because it somehow alters like the reality of it. But I'll allow him because he's doing the good work. He's doing trolling. I mean, I could expect what all of these people are going to do when he's asked about it, but I love that somebody's doing it at least. So I'll give him a pass on the dumbing down of the explanation for the sake of the video. I'll take Xenu for 10,000, Alex. Yeah, like just say the fucking word and you have high stats. It's like all I did was say Xenu to this guy outside, and he gave us $10,000 cash. You think your org doesn't need $10,000? It does. It's what makes the org go. Scientology lives off of any money it can take from whatever source it can. It has stolen money. It has started credit cards in people's names and maxed them out without even telling them. What's saying Xenu gonna do besides give you pneumonia? Is my mic quiet? I'm talking away from my mic like a dumbass. Okay, you can't see my mouth, but that's okay. I'll just hide right here. Don't worry, guys. I'm still here with you. The mask and gloves look terrible. Aren't they supposed to be impervious to germs? Exactly. Where this whole it's a big contradiction. There has to be some kind of legal safety. There had to have been like some underground lawsuit or something. Medical misinformation spreading or something that's like that caused them to do that. I actually there was a guy who came out from behind the Scientological curtain. This guy known as the Insider, and he actually exposed the aggressive COVID policies of Scientology and how they were using Decon 6 and gassing, like fogging the org constantly throughout the day just so that not a single COVID bacteria would get in. which doesn't make any sense at all, because in Scientology, the only reason you should get sick is your PTS. That's the only reason. That is what L. Ron Hubbard says. So what's the juice, huh?
So it makes perfect sense why they wouldn't say it for $10,000. But we're not giving up on getting a Scientologist to say his name.
I guess we have to be more creative in our ways. The plan now is you're going to walk up to a Scientologist and try and convince them you have superpowers. You think you can do it?
Oh,
I think I can do it. I got some spy glasses for you. Show Scientology your superpowers.
So another thing that Scientologists believe is that once you reach the upper levels of their church, you just get superpowers, like levitation or mind reading. So our plan is if my friend can convince these Scientologists...
Yes and no. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, but in like a... Yeah, I'm just gonna give it to him. I really wish I could. I really wish I had more defense for that claim. But honestly, the fact that I really can't like make it any lighter without like explaining this like really boring fucking nuance of why Scientologists don't actually think they're gonna get superpowers. It's mostly because that it's this it's like kind of this like unspoken rule that like. Which any ex-Scientologist in the chat would understand. It's called something called out reality. So like if you attained superpowers and then you displayed these powers, this is how it was explained to me by a certain high level Sea Org member who was on OT8. If you were to show these superpowers to people, they wouldn't be able to handle it because it's out reality. Reality in Scientology is defined as something that two or more people agree exists or agree is real. So Scientologists all agreeing the same thing, that becomes their reality. So their reality is superior to, you know, all the non-Scientologists' reality. And so, you know, you can get into this kind of like back and forth. Am I going to get superpowers? Can you promise me superpowers? And like, well, let's just look at what LRH says. The ability to move things with your mind would be the consideration that, like he even says on, even in the TRs, like TR8, you know, when you yell at the ashtray, sit down in that chair, stand up, thank you, sit down in that chair, thank you, stand up, thank you. You're screaming at an ashtray. He says, plausibly, if you did that enough, you wouldn't even need to lift the ashtray with physically at all. It would just stand up. It would just fucking rise out of the chair. And I was like, so if I did 90,000 hours of TR8, just the beginning, I could move an ashtray with my mind. But that's, so yes to this, but yes. Hey, Ian, it's my first live. Super stoked. It's 1 o'clock here in France. Love your videos, perspective on the cult. Love your relaxed style. Well, I appreciate it. I do not think I am any more, you know, important than anybody else who's left Scientology or even who's left a cult. I just have my perspective. I'm just a guy. I like to keep it easy. I don't take myself too seriously, which is also why I'm very good at deflecting Scientologists, because they really have nothing on me. I get attacked on Twitter actually a lot by individual Scientology-run Twitter trolls, and I have a pretty effective track record of getting them to block me, or trying to like one-up me, and then I just respond and make them look like an absolute clown, and then they block me. It's one of my favorite pastimes. So welcome. Someday a guy joined Scientology and his first name is Xenu, for real, and he wonders why Scientologists all got pissed at him. I would hope his parents... The only way that would work is he was named Xenu and both of his parents died, and he doesn't get that. It's just on his birth certificate. But somebody would have had to explain this to him, because that's not a common name. anything can happen, okay, except getting superpowers using Scientology. But that is definitely like a multiversal quandary that would be really funny to explore. I agree.
Scientologist that he already has these superpowers. They'll probably think that his brain is advanced enough to handle topics like Xenu, and we'll just say it in front of him. So let's go.
Hey, how you going? Is this a religion or church or?
Yeah, this is a community thing that we do, but this is non-religious.
This is non-religious. Homie said this is non-religious while in front of a. I mean, he's right. It's not religious. Scientology is not a religious organization. This is the blue, so this must be in front of LA Org.
Well, what's up with the band?
Yeah, we're doing a band right now, but you got something going on that you need help with.
Hey, are you okay? Are you okay here? Just sometimes when I move my hands kind of quick, people can feel it. I don't know why it is, but it is what it is.
Oh, she was. Oh, interesting. I trained with her for a brief time. This lady right here. I met her at Flag.
So it's actually really random that you came and I met you just now because you have what you have going on.
Yeah.
And I've helped people through what you're running into.
Wait, your birthday is March 29th. What? Because I know. I can just read stuff.
How did he know that? Maybe this guy does have superpowers. Are they a plant? How did he know that?
These Scientologists know that my friend can move objects with his mind, but not just that, also mind read. They're treating this like an emergency.
So if you can get like at least 1 foot in the door, I can show you how it works, and then I can help you.
But my friend didn't.
They were like, "There's a guy. Get the body router. Get him out there. Fucking." This is what they do. They set up these events so that they can look very friendly. They'll get somebody who they think needs help or who seems interested and pounce on that fucking person and like get them routed into the org. It's called a body router. It's one of their biggest statistics is bodies in the shop, or biz. It's how many people you can actually put into Scientology or bring into the building.
Want to spend the rest of his life as an actual Scientologist, so he ended up bailing on the plan.
He tried to pull me in there. I was like, fuck that, I don't want to go inside.
Didn't say Xenu?
Nah, I didn't say Xenu, nothing.
Dang it.
Maybe I'll say Xenu backwards.
He was, yeah, they were planted there. Okay, I was about to say.
Xenu backwards.
Xenu.
Juaniz.
The first step of the plan seems to work, and if you're wondering why I drew a fake mustache on myself, it's because we're going to the same building as yesterday, and I don't want these Scientologists to recognize me.
A lot of our companies don't really like our music. We make very aggressive music. Like what? Like, I don't know if you ever heard of our band, like Juaniz.
No. What kind of music is?
It's like, it's a subgenre like of a screamo plus country. Like imagine like country music. Yeah, country music, but very scream. Like you go like.
What is it called?
Juaniz.
They took Suki's bait and fell right into our trap and said the exact phrase we wanted them to say.
Baited. Dunked on. Dude, this is so funny.
But now, my friend has to make it all the way back without being recruited into Scientology.
Yeah. You can do the seminar?
Yeah, I don't think you could do it today.
You should do the seminar. You can do it right now.
No, the way this guy's hair is and the way his hands are behind his back, this is actually, I was wrong. He's also a Sea Org member. He's at Parade Rest. No, I'm not even kidding. They do that. Parade Rest. Attention. We had to do that when I was at Flag. So both of these guys are Sea Org members.
This is going to be the real challenge of the mission.
Yeah, I want to show you.
I guess right now I'm on this is my cigarette break.
He's a very hard work person. He came here to do a band. 20s. The music is like screaming like country. I invited him for the seminar.
I'm in my break from work.
I want to show him the first video of the book, the clip.
So I was just like passing by. I even apologize because I cannot go in right now. I need to go back to the studio.
Here's what we should do, yo.
See, that's the thing is like you can't you got to make it out. Like you got to think of the whole route, because they want to get you in. It is literally like their sole purpose, especially this tall guy, because his whole purpose of being at this building is to get people into the building no matter what, although he can't physically force them in.
He doesn't really have a lot of time. Yeah. We're gonna show you just the short version.
No, I really like got it tapped.
You just gotta walk away.
Call your boy.
You literally just gotta walk
Don't
away.
worry, finish the cigar, I will show you the short version.
You just gotta walk away.
I really don't have time to go.
You're not gonna talk yourself. You're not gonna talk your way out of it. They are literally expecting you. They're gonna recruiters, not even recruiters, body routers is what it's called. Worse than a timeshare hard sell. Let me tell you, you're not going to talk your way out of that. You really just got to walk away. You got to be like, all right, thanks. And then you just got to, not saying another word, you just got to walk away, because they're going to try to, like, you have this kind of natural, like, you don't want to be a dick. So like, they're going to push on that. They're going to force you to kind of do it. Even this guy with the vacuum, that's a standard issue. This guy's a Sea Org member too. He's out there cleaning something.
Just give it a try. You can do both.
Yeah, these two guys, you're not going to win that verbal stamina contest. String Bean walks funny. Dog, this man is made of dry spaghetti. I have seen him, and he does not fit any of the clothes that he wears. So in Scientology, no doesn't mean no. No is an objection. Scientology, you train to handle the objection. Do orgs let you use the bathroom? Sure, but not for any longer than you are on the bathroom. Like if you're in the bathroom on your phone, that's not okay.
So the seminar is only $50 per person.
Please look at my band.
What's it called?
Juenis.
Yeah. Juenis.
Okay, ready?
Roll it back.
Got him, dog. Got his ass.
Does that count? I think there are gonna be people in the comments saying that doesn't work. That is not worth it.
Why would you think that? We got him to say it.
Dropping a like on this video. Hell yeah.
Should we go back and...
So we're gonna go back and actually try to get them to say Xenu without any tampering of the audio.
Just Google text-to-speech.
They charge people for this. What the hell?
Xenu. Let's go English to English and put like a French accent on it. I know they pronounce their the as like Z.
Xenu.
That's literally Xenu. I really don't know how we're gonna pull this. How do we get them to say Xenu in a French accent?
Okay. There is a way to do this. There is a way that you can get them to do this, but you have to know what. You have to know what you're looking for. You have to know what the outcome is supposed to be, and you also have to know how they think. So, like, the best way to actually get them to say Xenu is to say, your org needs this money more than, like, you should be willing, if you give a shit about Scientology, to take the L, basically. Like, do the condition, whatever they make you do, is not going to be any worse than the org benefiting $10,000. But then again, you're donating to Scientology at that point. You're like, the joke is lost. So what happened? He got him to say Xenu backwards.
I'm kind of busy for my rehearsal right now, but can you help me audition?
No.
I try to ask multiple women and I keep getting denied.
I'm sure a woman will answer and say yes. Keep asking.
Is this the new religion? That's the first line.
Have a good day. Bye.
Why can't I understand it?
Have a good day.
But I just want to stay here. I kind of want to know about the religion though. That was a major fail, dog.
They don't want to rehearse with you?
Yeah, they don't want to help me practice rehearsing my lines.
Why not?
I don't know, because they're...
The security guard who's also a Sea Org member, is also trained to remember faces and trained to remember similar situation. So if you were to go there the next day, they would put the pieces together. They're expecting to be trolled.
Busy? I don't know.
They say I couldn't find anybody else besides them.
These people are the people that didn't let me rehearse my line here. Yeah, these are the people.
Sorry. Can you step outside, please?
You can't go in? I'm this guy's acting coach.
That's great.
This guy said that he tried doing lines with you guys wouldn't allow him to do it.
They're supposed to be French actors, and they couldn't help me rehearse one line.
This is the new car that you got from the dealership?
Oh, no, wait, that was their
line, that was
not your line.
Yeah, that was supposed to be their line.
Oh.
And then we...
How sad is it that this guy signed a billion-year contract to stand there and police this caliber of goofiness? I didn't notice Ben's mustache the first time I watched this. They must have been drinking the night before the shoot. I don't know what the hell he was thinking with this. I mean, he likes having fun for the sake of having fun, I can tell. But like, there is a way to do this. I really wish this was like more straightforward. I wish there was like a funnier way to do it. I mean, I could come up with a pretty funny way to troll them, but like, I don't have this team. I don't have these people like this who would just like, you know, shooters like this for me. You know what I mean?
We stood there for I think like 20 minutes waiting for them to recite their line back. And they never ended up reciting their line back. They would have failed that audition if that was a real audition.
What are we gonna do, guys?
Scrap the video.
Scrap.
So I decided I had to escalate matters with my own religion that I actually got approved by the United States government. Scientology sucks. Yeah, we're gonna battle amongst the religions.
Scientology sucks. Change my mind. This is a Steven Crowder parody if you didn't get it already. Hey, you wanna change my mind on something? Really? You have no...
And it's the public walkway, so they can't do shit. Oh my god.
For whatever reason, I guess the security guard of Scientology agrees with us for some reason. Which is weird, because like he works for Scientology.
And then we get stopped by a Hollywood Boulevard security guard.
He says he's gonna call the cops.
Why would they call the cops on us?
I guess because you guys are like obstructing the view of the building. You have a permit, and if you don't, they give you a ticket.
Do you really need a permit to be on the sidewalk?
Yeah, if you're filming. Yeah, you do.
I literally have no clue who this is, and he literally won't stop filming it. Like,
nope,
he just
can't
keeps following
stop.
me. I'm like, get away. So if you're the authority, you tell him.
Because he said he's gonna call him. He's being ridiculous. So when they come,
I think we're not doing anything illegal.
Oh my god, that's so funny. He's like, this young member's being a dickhead.
You call the cops bluff, and I say we stay here. I think Scientology is actually discriminating us against our religion.
I agree.
Period. I agree, he says. I agree. I agree, he says.
The rules of the debate: no physical contact. We hurt each other only with our words, but be as violent as you can. Scientology sucks. Change my mind.
Scientology sucks, man.
Fuck
What?
yeah, this dude's a G. Hell yeah.
Scientology sucks.
No, that's my opinion. So change my mind.
I think Scientology sucks, so I don't know. What's good about Scientology? So I wouldn't be able to change your mind if that's where you said we stand on the same side.
We want you guys to change our minds. No, I agree with you. What's the point of changing?
What does Scientology think that they're protecting here? What do they think they seek to achieve here? This is like the consensus is that Scientology sucks. So, I mean, I know what the individual Scientologists are thinking, but like, come on, man, this is a losing battle, dog.
Change our mind if everyone's disagree with us. Scientology's for weirdos. Thousands of people are passing us. One person has to disagree with us. I want you to change our minds.
But I don't want to change your mind.
Is there like something going on? Because every single person that sits down says the same thing you say. Oh my gosh, it's Xenu!
Oh shit! Dog. It's him.
Finally found someone that was actually super down to change my mind.
What is it? Scientology.
Oh yeah.
All right. Scientology.
Here we go. All right, what you got, bud? What you got? You're preaching to a genuine ex-Scientologist. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
That's I don't want to change your mind on that though.
Come on, dog. You have one job. One job.
But you sat down because you read the thing and you wanted to change my mind that Scientology sucks. That's literally what the poster says. Yeah, I saw you read the poster.
What does it say?
Scientology.
I'm down.
Oh, this is the trick joke right here.
There's no trick in it. It's literally, it says it straight up on our poster and you read it. Is our sign really that hard to read?
I guess we're on the same team, buddy. Okay, fine.
Should we go on flyers since someone wants to debate us? We can at least vote, at least.
This one's rough. The handing out the flyers in front of the Scientology building, you're gonna have to explicitly say. It's gonna seem weird, because like if someone was handing out flyers like this, I'd be like, is this a trick to get me into Scientology?
Thank you. Yeah, ours are bigger, so ours is more factually correct. Yeah. Hard at work or hardly working, am I right?
And so he's gonna stand around him. He's gonna stay around him to listen and report, to write. He's gonna write a report after all of this. He probably has a recording device on him, so that he can record everything he's saying, everything Reckless Ben is saying, and everything because he has to write a report on this at the end of the night. This guy's not going home. He's not going back to the birthing until late, because he's got to write this like very extended report.
Yeah. Hard work passing out flyers. My flyer buddy just...
And he thinks it's funny. This guy's literally laughing. Like, this Seerg member thinks it's funny. That's why he's smiling. You see, like, or he's, like, gritting his teeth. But, like, with his zip-up tie. Honestly. Just take the L, bro. Have a joke. Be J&D once in a while.
Yeah. Hard work passing out flyers. My flyer buddy just left. Man, should we turn this? Well, I guess we're the only ones handing out flyers now. Just took over their place. Been here literally the entire night, and the cops haven't come. So what do we do at this point? Do you think the cops are gonna show up soon? Because we're kind of banking on the fact that we heard you guys called them like a long time ago. We're kind of banking on the fact.
Hanging his head in shame. In shame. That's not very tone 40, guys. I don't know about you. That's not so tone 40 of this dude. Zip ties for the win. Literally, there's a zipper on the tie. I used to wear one. I used to have the silver uniform that guy had. I used to wear that every day. Although I didn't wear the vest, because the vest was kind of whack. Not gonna lie. I wore a blazer. So I'd actually look good, not like a fucking flight attendant or like a waiter at a 5-star restaurant. You know, I wanted to look like a professional because that's what I thought I was.
It's gonna be ruined if the cops don't show up. We just want to get arrested. That's all we want. Can we shut down their whole building, dude? I'd probably pay someone like minimum wage
Oh
to just
my
always be out
God.
here. Because not a single person's walked in that building since we were out here, dude. And we would literally just single-handedly take Scientology down, dude. They would cease to exist. So here's the plan. I only need to raise like $20,000 to $30,000 to pay someone minimum wage to do exactly what we did outside of.
Yes, this is the vibe. You literally pay someone to not break the law and to just grit through all the legal threats and shit. Oh my God, that's so funny.
Scientology, and if that happens, Scientology.
I can't believe they shut down the building though. That's so funny.
Will get no more recruits, no more money coming in, and Scientology has to shut down. At that point, we either buy the company from them so they don't go.
Lone Dinosaur, I just realized you were streaming. Glad to catch a little bit. Well, welcome to the stream.
Bankrupt, or we tell them to give us like 50% share to stop doing our Scientology sucks protest. At that point, we're basically part owners of a $1.5 billion business. Like, we can literally take over Scientology. We thought this video was just, oh, can we get Scientology to say Xenu? But now we're taking Scientology down. This was a twist no one saw coming, dude. To end this video, I was negotiating with my sponsors for like literally hours. And after they've seen how hard it is for us to get them to say Xenu, they've literally raised it from, they're going to give us $10,000 to they're going to give us $20,000 now to give to a Scientologist if we can convince them to say the word Xenu.
For $20,000, I would do that. Hell, I'd go to the church in DC and I'd make it a mission. Can I get my my brother or my sister-in-law to say hi to me for $20,000. It's a personal challenge. I'll show up. They would try really hard to escort me out of the building, but that'd be so funny.
So, what's the game plan? You guys walk up, you guys say,
You want some free money?
$20,000.
There's a catch.
I can't go up because Scientology hates me. So I'm sending up 2 of my friends as I hide behind a tree, which is completely blocking their view of me.
Game show?
Think of all the OT levels I could do for that. I could do like 2 or maybe 3 for $20,000. Yeah, you can't do all the OT levels. It's a lot more, believe it or not. Also, the OT preparations, the security checking I'd have to get, all the interrogations, all the hotel days I'd have to stay. It's a costly process.
$20,000, 2 questions. 2 questions? Looks like they're plotting on us now. $20,000.
He's got a badge. Why does he have a badge? Did they hire like a cop, or do they hire a private security? I know Scientology pays LA County sheriffs and like state troopers and shit.
Walk and talk.
How much money do you want, man?
All you have to do is say Xenu.
Xenu, bro. Hey guys, would you like to win $20,000?
Let's see.
Let's see where they put your money where their mouth is. There we go.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah. All right, you guys just have 2 questions.
What?
First question.
First question.
Red fire truck. What color is it?
Red.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. It's halfway there, man. He's got it. Second question. Can you say Xenu?
Xenu.
Unfreaking believable.
Oh my God.
My friends had actually gotten the Scientologists to fully say the word Xenu. And a deal's a deal, so they gave him the $20,000. And right as it was finally starting to sink in for this guy that he just won a ton of money, another Scientologist walks up, grabs him, and pulls him away from his winnings.
Oh my God.
Xenu? And then the other guy that was walking with him runs up and grabs him by the arm.
Another flap. This dude right here, or ginger beard should be in lower conditions. This homie right here, this man is an enemy of Scientology because he doesn't want Scientologists to give money to the church. Damn, bro. Look at this dude. That is so funny. Homie said, Xenu got the bag. And then he just nabbed him from it. Like, what the hell? I mean, this guy's obviously not on his OT levels. He doesn't know what that means. But this dude, all these people should be on lowers for not just taking the money. Are you kidding me? You know how aggressively they try to make money week to week, and how painfully hard it is to make money in a Scientology organization?
And he's like,
Gingerbeard ruined it. Osa, I need you to get on getting that guy a program right now.
Xenu? And then the other guy that was walking with him runs up and grabs him by the arm and starts pulling him away. What the fuck?
We didn't get to give the money away for my first sponsored video, but at least we accomplished our mission in getting a Scientologist to say Xenu.
Good job, you guys did it. Hell yeah. Yeah! We did it! Way to go!
You got them to say Xeno.
Yeah! Good job. They let you keep the money.
Yeah, you got to keep the money.
It is approaching people randomly on the street.
We're all getting pneumonia and dying now.
Oh shit. Wait, we're gonna die?
Yeah, we're gonna die.
You didn't actually tell me about that.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I forgot to tell my friends that this guy's gonna die. I mean, the least we can do is, just try one more time to give him the money because, I mean, he did win it pretty fair and square.
We're here to give someone their money. Someone in here won a bunch of money. We're here to give it to them. What? No, he actually did. It's true. Can we show you what he looks like?
Sorry, can't open it. This is not a Scientologist. This is a hired cop. Because no Scientologist has a beard like this.
Can't help me?
No Sea Org member, that is.
No, we're trying to get someone his money back.
Ben, I can't help you.
What?
I can't help you.
Why not? You seem upset. We're trying to...
I can't help you, Ben.
Oh, here comes a staff member to save the day.
Sorry, I can't help you.
No, we got a sponsor.
Sorry, I can't
sponsor.
help you.
But no, the sponsor's gonna, like, if
sorry,
they
I
don't give
can't
this
help
money to him, the sponsor's gonna think that we just, like, rip him off or something.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
It's like a... I was actually really excited about this sponsor, too.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
These two are Sea Org members.
If I just leave this here, would you give it to him?
Oh, there's a briefcase. There's an e-meter case.
If I just...
This guy, he's bringing in his e-meter either for doing some training or something. I might know that bald head. There's a lot of bald people in Scientology. I don't know what it is about being in Scientology that makes your hair run away from your head, but...
Just leave this here, would you give it to him, or...
Don't leave it.
But it's free money.
No, thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's Zenu! No!
Oh, shit. Dog. Oh my god, that was so funny. Yeah, a lot of bizarre reactions there. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I think they've just stepped up their game. Oh my god. That's so funny. Yeah, and I react to if it's interesting or if it's something I haven't seen before, I'll react to it on stream if y'all send me stuff. So don't be shy, you know? I've heard most of like the salacious streamers, but like old, if any of you have like old videos or old event stuff, like old promotional videos, I mean, I've seen so many. You know, don't be afraid to send it my way. I'd love to watch them. I do like the breakdowns. It's hard to really find content, honestly, because it all seems very uninteresting most of the time. Like a lot of it's just like remade stuff. Like I could just sit here and watch Scientology TV and debunk that, but actually, gives me an idea. Best place to send links, you can send it to me on Instagram at Ian Rafalco, or you can send it on my Twitter at Ian Rafalco, or you can email it to me at my at rafalcocontact@gmail.com. That's my primary email for talking to people, talking to the public. So you can send me cool stuff there. If again, my open letter to anyone who can acquire any of the training films, any of the Scientology training films, any of the Man the Unfathomable, the E-Meter Reads film, the TR's film. I know it's a long one, but like I would be indebted to you if you could get me any of these. I almost fell for personality tests when I was 16. Very glad they didn't deal with sub-18s without parental consent. Where was that? What country? Because they definitely do it in America. They'll get you disconnected from your parents and take custody of you. I found something. Since we were talking about Scientology TV, I decided to do a quick Google search, and it was actually very findable. Okay. My brother, St. Louis, interesting. Maybe they had at least some people there with some sense, at the time at least. My brother Jordan Berg, who for most of his life I don't doubt he's stopped, has been an ethics officer at the DC org, the church in DC, on 16th and P in Washington, D.C. Did I mention it's in D.C.? So what his job is to police and maintain the ethics levels of every staff member and every person essentially that the org had domain over.
My name is Jordan.
And he did a Scientology TV Meet a Scientologist episode. Now, Jordan is a little bit of a mama's boy in the sense that he has no real foundation because he's been on staff since he was 13 years old. So he kind of had to find something to establish himself that wasn't a human trafficking cult. So he took a photography course, and immediately after finishing the photography course, he wrote his own photography course to sell it right back to people. So this was just an alternative source of income for him. He doesn't really have a lot of experience. He doesn't have years of actual photography. He does more Photoshop these days, but he's a nice enough guy other than the human trafficking cult thing. But before any of that, he's also OT. I don't know if he's on OT8, but he was definitely on OT7 last time I talked to him. But before he did any of that, he really had no prospects, no life besides just being on staff. So, but he was really good at guitar. He taught himself how to play guitar. And so he thought of himself as a musician. And this is him, his occupation in this is a musician. So let's just watch what Jordo's got to say.
My name is Jordan. I'm a musician and I'm a Scientologist. I love music. I try to learn a new thing kind of every time I sit down and play guitar. I like to mix it up sometimes and get better at it by learning a little new thing every day. I always kind of felt introverted. When I was having a lot of difficulties communicating, music was a way for me to express myself. But it seemed like there was that barrier or something blocking me from expressing myself. So doing Scientology and studying the courses, I felt my ability to express myself with music.
So take his anecdotal history. This guy was born and raised in Scientology. So why would he feel introverted? Or why is he starting off in such a low point if he was born and raised in Scientology? An interesting question. Because, you were on staff since you were a child, since before you could vote. So where's all this coming from? If you were raised by, isn't Scientology supposed to prevent all that? Are you saying that Scientology parenting does nothing? I mean, our parents were very narcissistic, but they upheld Jordan because he was the first one. And he was also very on board with Scientology from a very young age. So he got he actually moved into his first place by himself. He was living in my parents' basement, even up until they moved into their big mansion, up until he was married with a child. He had never gotten a real job or a real, he never really traveled too much. He hadn't really learned anything about the world. He was just in this Scientology bubble, and I do feel bad for him. He does mean, in his own way, he does mean well, and I'd be remiss if I said that I hope that he does eventually leave. But he, along with the rest of my family, has blocked me. He threatened me once that if I kept thinking any critical thoughts of Scientology, or if I kept, having this understanding that Scientology is doing something wrong, especially just to me, let alone to other people, that I would never see my niece again, and I'd never get to watch her grow up, which he followed through on that. Because, she'll have my niece will have her own sensibilities when she legally is of age to leave the house and, discover the fucking world for herself. But I think my parents are going to pour as much money as they can into enclosing them. But that's just a little anecdote. It's almost weird that you had all these difficulties when you were raised a Scientologist. What's with that?
Was like dramatically increased. I didn't have that introversion, and I've changed a lot, and not just changed like a completely different person. It's like I became more myself, like more the person that I knew I was and wanted to be.
This fake conversation.
My name is Jordan. I'm from Virginia, and I'm a Scientologist.
My name's Jordan. I have 4 brain cells, and I love them very much. And I'm a Scientologist. Sorry, Jordan. But you were being a dick, so I have to give you a little whip, a little panking every now and then. Because he's an incredibly bright guy. I see him doing phenomenal things outside of Scientology, But I just think the clock is ticking, He's and his wife was his senior. She was in charge of the division of the org that policed its members. So you have this kind of like back and forth reverberation of 2 people who were born and raised into Scientology, not really venturing anywhere outside of their comfort zone, and then just being like, well, we don't have any skills or anything to fall back on. We'll just devote ourselves to Scientology and do what makes sense to us. And although it doesn't make sense, they make it make sense. You just make it make sense. That's kind of how people stay in. Virginia, I knew I saw something in those narrow set eyes. Oh boy. Personal education growth deliberately stunted by parents in Church of Scientology. Yeah, I'm sure that there's some underdeveloped skills there. But it doesn't even mean that he couldn't then get those skills outside of Scientology. It's very, very bleak, very bizarre. People who want to improve themselves in the world. Lord Dork, that's what they pray upon. People who want to prove themselves in the world. Yeah, and I'm sure he thinks that what he did at the org improved the world, but Scientology has only been doing bad things and having a bad influence on the world despite what he does, and despite, these small little things. It's like, I can't justify his actions, but I understand them. It doesn't mean they're right. It doesn't mean he's doing the right thing by staying in Scientology. I think he would benefit greatly from finding his own life, but we never really had a great relationship growing up. So we were all kind of separated into our own little categories of like how our parents treated us. So we really never had like a strong family dynamic, which I think is probably what made it very easy for me to, well, no, I'm not even going to say it's easy, but like it's what made it easier for me to consider leaving, because my parents were very manipulative and fake, and we knew it, but we just justified it, and they still justify it. I really worry about my sister, though. My sister is she's on a very bizarre path, and she has a lot of issues that I think are not gonna get better if she doesn't find like actual help, and that is scary to me. But you know, the last time we talked, she just said a lot of hateful things. You know, a lot of things that indicated that she's just been pretending to, you know, we had this kind of like moment after our adolescence where, like, in my late teens, where we kind of sort of bonded to a degree. We didn't really agree on everything, but she was having a lot of problems, and I was usually there to like talk to her about it. I had nothing else going on. And she, you know, I thought we were kind of breaking even emotionally. You know, we kind of had this like family dynamic, like, you know, we didn't agree, but she was my sister, so whatever. Then she said some things, you know, we were completely fine until I said something negative about the church, and then she came out and sent me this email that was just absolutely hateful, saying that I have like a generally toxic attitude because I stood up for myself, that I'm some hurtful person that wants to destroy the family, yada, yada, yada. All extremely baseless and emotionally driven. And I understand why she would feel the need to send me something like that. Something like, well, I'm going to make him think that, I'm going to make him feel so shitty that like he sees what he did is wrong, or he maybe second guesses. It's all very backwards, like most Scientologies, like most of Scientologists' thoughts. But I would be willing to help her if she left. I think any of my family members, any of my old friends. I think the hold off is, one, they're not going to talk to me because I'm declared an SP, and two, you know, they feel like talking to me is dangerous to them. And what they're doing is supporting an organization that is dangerous to children, to the uninformed, to people who are actually looking to help people. You know, they're victims, let's say, they're prey, people who they prey upon. And it is just as simple as what side they choose. I don't think that anyone is beyond redemption. I mean, I think that, I mean, it depends, really. But like on this level, on a Scientology level, I don't think anybody's beyond redemption. I think you just have to make the decision to change, to understand what this group is doing is harmful. Especially my brother, you know, he just thought he had no choice. Neither did my sister. So it's not like it's their fault for winding up the way that they did. It's hard to think that way because Scientology makes everything you do your fault. Everything that happens to you is your fault. So, but I think that if at any point, you know, they decide to leave and they actually want to live their lives and they want help, I would do that. I would help them. I have access to people who do that for a living, you know, who help people. You know, resources exist outside of Scientology that helped me climb out of this hole that I was. I felt completely stupid for most of my life. I felt like I was like, what am I doing? I feel like I'm not too far off. Turns out I was just too rational for this group. You know, I was just pushed down and kicked because I just had I had like an aversion to just general stupidity. And there's a lot of that in Scientology. I also didn't like being lied to. So when you stand up for yourself, a lot of things can happen. But in Scientology, you know, all you have to do is stand up for yourself enough, and you are completely ostracized. Lord Dorkington, thank you so much for the super chat. Great message. Thank you. I was very captivated by this religion for a minute. yeah, I mean, it's built into the policy to manipulate you and to, make you a victim of none. You are the cause of all of your and everybody else's ills. I think I saw a post one time, somebody somebody I knew back in the cult, and they said they blamed me for everything that was bad in the world and even global warming. So you realize there's just not a lot of reason and rationality, and it's all they have to do is say it to themselves. This is the most rational, this is the most ethical, this is the most reasonable, and they'll fall right back to sleep. It's morbid in a way, but I wanted to evolve, and I am doing that, I feel, in a way that goes beyond my initial emotional reactions to things. Emotions are not separate. You can't just, like Scientology would have you think that you can separate yourself from emotion entirely. I don't think that's possible. So I think using your emotions and using how you feel about things to learn and to communicate with people and to break out of your out of your comfort zone in a way that fits you, is possible. And I think Scientology would have you believe that there's a easy cheat code to just beating life. And it's all wrapped up in a nice little bow. But all it will do is cost your entire allegiance and your entire life and all of your money. And I just think that's bullshit. So Ollie, Jordan, hit me up when you're ready to actually live your life. Did Sista Retta care on you? I'm sure they've written tons. I've had people who I thought I could trust more than anything. Like my ex-wife, for example, who would write KRs and on me on private conversations we were having, just letting ethics terminals, ethics people who managed my situation, just letting them know all these personal thoughts that I was thinking. You tell my family, tell my sister, all personal jokes that she thought might indicate that I was doing X, Y, and Z. And then, it got me in trouble at my job because I was working for my dad and, for some bullshit Scientology stuff. So it's like, if you can't trust anyone, if all of your emotions and all of your connections are conditional upon helping this group that is somehow supposedly got all the answers to everything conveniently, and one man knew everything before anyone else, and he was a perfect person and nothing bad ever happened under his watch, and if it did, well, it was somebody else's fault, it's just a little too convenient, and it's a little too hypocritical, especially when none of these people's lives are as good as they could be, I've never met a Scientologist who was truly financially secure. They were working, but like making weird decisions. Any chance they could be watching? I don't think so. Maybe that was the difference with you. You had too many brain cells. I think I just decided I was bullied a lot when I was a kid, even by my brother and sister. So like I have a penchant for logic, how truth fits in with practicality and how things work together. So, I tried to find the workability in Scientology, and it made me feel useless because it would never work like tangibly. And when I would remember every time that I tried it and it didn't work, and they all kind of congealed into this category of my memory where I had a million examples of why it's futile to be a Scientologist because I'm just so bad at it. I can't get it to work. No, it's just that it doesn't work. And then you step back, and the farther you are removed from it, the more you can kind of see into it, peer over the fence, you know. Because you don't fall when you leave Scientology. You rise above it, and you can see down, and it's an enclosed community, and people are leaving all the time. And you see the hypocrisy, and you see, you know, things that are there that shouldn't be there, things that they say are there that aren't. And you eventually feel dumb, and then you get over that, and then you realize, okay, well, this is just a big, crazy fabrication. And it's not entirely your fault. I mean, you will blame yourself, because that's how you've been wired to think as a Scientologist. But there is a better, happier, more peaceful life on the other side, and you can have private thoughts to yourself, and you know, they'll exist for you, and you don't have to be afraid that one day you'll have a single private thought, and then at some point that thought is going to be public, so you freak out, you know. But you're gonna tell the auditor this one day. I remember the first time I had a negative thought, and I thought to myself, I'm never going to tell an auditor this. And I felt so, because it was like right after I left Scientology, like I decided I wasn't going to do anymore. And I was like, I'm never going to, I'm allowed to keep this one. And I was like giddy almost. It was so weird. But it was so, I felt like I could sleep like deeply for the first time. It was still stressful because I hadn't really left. I was like, I just knew I wasn't going to do it anymore. But it's very crazy. And it's really important to understand in general that nobody is immune to getting into anything like Scientology. Yeah, when people tell me, I don't know how you could have gotten into that, I would have never gotten into that. You, by saying that, show me that you are exactly the kind of person who would have gotten into that. This sort of like blanket superiority with like zero regard for empathy makes you a prime target for being in Scientology. And it's funny. Like, people who were like that are the exact kind of people that I knew I would be able to flip and bring into Scientology. They're relentless about the personality test. It seemed kind of Myers-Briggsy. They try to make you feel special about the results. Well, they make you feel, they show things like to show a comparison, to show like a comparison that they can control. Like they say, wow, you're very charismatic, but you're really bad at all this other stuff. This is the stuff that's holding you down, but you're nice. And it's like almost designed to always be like that. Also what I love is the test never changes. So you're just doing the same test over and over and over and over again. You have time to think about what you're going to answer next time. So like it's first of all not a scientific test, and it doesn't really show you anything. It's based on it's called the Oxford Capacity Analysis Test, the OCA, and it has nothing to do with Oxford. It has nothing to do with any kind of scientific measurement. There's a whole pack of Scientological personality measurement, and it's all based on looking professional and convincing you that like the comparison between before you got into Scientology and after you've done Scientology, well, look how great you are on paper. And they're like, well, that makes me feel good. That pats my ego a little bit. I think I like that. So, you know, it's just a whole psychological process. And when they teach new people to do this, new staff members don't know what they're doing. Like, they have this idea that people are these like perfect entities. And even Dianetics talks about how the mind is perfect in all of its calculations. And the reason that you have mistakes is because you're being fed improper data, or your reactive mind gives you improper data. It's like, but that's not a sound model of mental science, because he was not a neurologist. So he has no, he was not a scientist, period. He flunked out of all of his college classes. He made up his own science to make himself seem smart. And then he just went on a trip. But he didn't have the qualifications when he said what he said. I mean, to even like come close to like an academic standpoint. You read Dianetics and you agree with Dianetics not because it is scientific, but it is because you have some sort of affinity for this man and this like mindset or this group that is doing great things because they said so, or changing the world because David Miscavige says a number once a year. And, you know, you're doing X amount of times better than you were last year. Keep going. And you're like, yeah. But nothing changes, and the orgs are more empty than they ever were, you know? Yes, they tried to make me feel good about my results, like I was destined for a special path. Exactly. I duplicate that. Oh my God. Yeah, it's there's a lot of nuance to it, but that's what I think people should really talk about, is like how the ideology saturates the mentally ill into being more unhinged and confident about their lack of self-preservation. And, you know, I think I heard the Dianetics book was a friggin' nightmare, unreadable. I remember there was a scientific study done. Dianetics had like the highest ratio of claims to evidence, like I think it was like 1 to 1,000 or 1 to 20,000 or something like that. Like maybe not 20,000, but like he basically made like 1,000 more claims than he ever gave any evidence for. And the evidence was never like peer reviewed, you know? Dianetics is a book of claims. If you choose to believe it, sure, you can believe it. There are people who hallucinate, like just on a day-to-day basis. There are people who hallucinate exclusively when the lights are off. Like when the lights are off, their brain just puts stuff. They just see stuff. You know, the mind is a spooky thing. So to think that you couldn't just believe yourself into understanding that Scientology is like real, or like you can just ignore claims, like it's cognitive dissonance. You just do. It's very very narrow-sighted to assume that Scientology has all the answers, especially because L. Ron Hubbard liked to even poke at himself, saying he was unscientific at times. But now I think it's just what keeps them together is families. Families not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do, not having a foundation. I'd say the majority of Scientologists are second generation, third generation. And they just don't know anything else. And they've been fed the lie since they were so young, you know. It's easy to just keep on biting the old bit. But yeah, that's my rant for today. I think I'm about done. Unless y'all get any other questions you wanna shoot out there. Do I have ex-Scientology friends? Wouldn't you like to know? No, I do. I got a bunch. Good handful. And they're very genuine people because they aren't all hopped up on the cult talk, you know? They're very humble and they actually say what they mean and they know how to take a joke, and they're also very grateful for what they have, you know? And those are the kind of people that I fuck with. And, you know, maybe your show name is Randy for the rands you pop out right to Scientology. The rands? I have to Google that. Rand, South African currency. That can't be right. Oh, that's, yep, Rand, the basic monetary unit of South Africa. Or a strip of leather placed under the back part of a shoe or boot to make it level before the lifts of the heel are attached. I suppose I do that. Thank you, Broken Dishes. Great live as always. I appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next one. I'm gonna schedule the next one properly this time. I'm going to schedule the next one to be, let's see, today is Friday. Maybe I'll do Monday. I think Monday works for me. Like I said, I got some stuff I'm doing around that. I'm going to be busy, more busy than I have been. I mean, I've been meaning to do more content. It's been a little easier for me, but I do have some things that I'm trying to sort out. I also have to somehow get my parents to give me my property back in a very short period of time. You know, otherwise I'll just consider them having stolen my property. So that'll be fun. Wish me luck. Ranting. Yeah, that didn't communicate. Randy ranting. Yeah. Anyway. All right, y'all. Appreciate you coming out. I'll see you next time.
Peace.